Chapter 1837. Lu Yin charged towards the building and the stars moved with him. The blurry figure blocked his path once more. Move and you'll die. Lu Yin sneered. In your dreams. He then took out the blood-stained robe he had obtained from the burial garden. The moment he touched it, the remaining death energy in his body was stirred up. Behind Lu Yin, the void surged and boiled as a figure appeared to replace the sky. It held a Lian and slashed at the blurry figure. The blurry figure was shocked. What kind of power was this? A long blade appeared in front of him, and in that instant the entire space changed. Lu Yin felt as if the blurry figure had become the ruler of the void, and his gaze landed on the blade. This feeling was similar to when the Inquisitor had battled with the god of forgotten ruins. This was the power of his inner world. The blurry figure faced the Lian's slash and slashed out with the blade. There was a loud bang and the blade shattered into pieces. The void distorted as a destructive force swept through the surroundings. All of the pillars were instantly shattered and even the buildings in the distance were destroyed. The blood-stained robe in Lu Yin's hand also turned to dust. He took advantage of this opportunity to summon the star chessboard beneath his feet, and he moved past the blurry figure to appear within the building. The blurry figure held the broken blade in disbelief. How could an enlighter injure the inner world of a half-progenitor? Could that figure be the legendary Grim Reaper? Only the Grim Reaper had ever used a strange weapon like the Lian. The figure's gaze turned sinister. The serious technique, the Grim Reaper's inheritance. I can't let any of them go. Kid, you can't escape. Lu Yin recklessly charged into the building complex, which had been completely destroyed by the collision of their powers. There was no one here. Lu Yin looked around, but there was not a single person in sight. There were still buildings in the distance that had not been affected, so he hurriedly rushed over. When he reached the building that had not been affected, he still saw no one. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Could this be an abandoned city? The blurry figure walked out and was not too far away from Lu Yin. I have to say, you're truly amazing. Lu Yin stared at the figure. Had he really used all of his methods, but had he still not been able to escape? Are you desperate? Even someone with a power level of 1,000,000 wouldn't be able to do anything to you, the blurry figure said calmly with admiration. Unfortunately, you met me. Who are you? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Hand over the inheritance of the Grim Reaper and the inheritance of Sirius, and I can fulfill one of your last wishes, the blurry figure said. He had become more talkative. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. You're Xiaji. The blurry figure fell silent for a moment. Then the blurry image on the surface of his body became clear. His face appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. It was Xiaji. Lu Yin felt bitter. A dignified half-ancestor is actually attacking an enlighter like me? Old man, you really think too highly of me. Xiaji sighed in admiration. Since ancient times, there hasn't been an enlighter who has been able to do what you've done. Even as a half-ancestor, I'm having trouble dealing with you. That's because you're forcing me to use Sirius, forcing me to reveal all my trump cards. Otherwise, it would be the same as trying to capture me and I wouldn't even be able to retaliate. Xiaji calmly replied, I already said that if you hand over the Sirius technique and the Grim Reaper legacy, I'll fulfill one of your final wishes. Aren't you afraid that Elder Chan and the others will find trouble with you if they find out? Xiaji laughed. Maybe in the past. But you're Zhou Xian and everyone in that region of space wants you dead. Who would find trouble with me because of you? Perhaps I can use your head to exchange for something in that region of space. You've been planning this ever since you found out that I was Zhou Xian, right? Lu Yin asked. Xiaji replied, I already said that there's no point in struggling. No one knows that you're here and no one can save you. You don't even know where you are, so why struggle? Obediently hand over the inheritance, and I'll fulfill one of your final wishes. As long as you don't make things too difficult for me, I'll swear an oath. Lu Yin laughed. For the sake of the inheritance, you're willing to sacrifice your bottom line. You're even willing to swear an oath to a mere enlighter like me. Xiaji clasped his hands behind his back. If you don't speak, I won't let you die. I'll torture you here for 10,000 years and destroy the Great Eastern Alliance. I'll destroy all of your friends, family and lovers. I'm a half-ancestor, so I can do it. No one can stop me. Lu Yin clenched his fists and his eyes were unprecedentedly cold and filled with killing intent. Eat me. If I give you time, then even if I'm a half-ancestor, you might still be able to take revenge. Unfortunately, you don't have that time. I'll repeat myself, hand over the serious art and the death god's inheritance, and I'll fulfill one of your final wishes. Otherwise, everyone you like and value will die. Not a single one of them will escape. Xiaji threatened Lu Yin as if he was looking at a dead man. Lu Yin felt bitter and he raised his head with a look of despair. I never thought that I'd end up like this. Cultivating in outer space and barely surviving, I still fell at your hands in the end. You're not innocent. Not every enlighter is qualified enough for a half-ancestor to appear. Are you going to speak or not? Xiaji asked coldly. Lu Yin closed his eyes and after a while he opened them again and looked at Xiaji resolutely. Will you really fulfill my final wishes? Yes. There was a trace of excitement in Xiaji's eyes. Lu Yin seemed to be wavering and Xiaji's goal was about to be achieved. Although he didn't seem to care much on the surface, the fact that he was personally taking action spoke volumes. Xiaji was very concerned. The serious art was related to progenitor Qin, and the death god's inheritance was like a legend. Lu Yin was the person closest to that legend, so whether it was the serious art or the death god's inheritance, Xiaji had to obtain them both. Once he succeeded in cultivating them and broke through to the progenitor realm, he would become the most terrifying progenitor in history, and he might even surpass progenitor Qin. The more he thought about it, the more excited Xiaji became. He stared at Lu Yin. Do you have any last wishes? Lu Yin took a deep breath and hesitated. Speak. Xiaji barked. Lu Yin's face twitched. I want to leave behind a bloodline for the Lu family. Xiaji's brows rose. Leave behind a bloodline? Lu Yin answered. The Lu family was harmed by the 4 cardinal scales and I'm the only one alive. If I die, the entire Lu family will disappear, so I want to leave behind a bloodline for the Lu family. Xiaji frowned as if he was thinking about something. Lu Yin said, this bloodline doesn't have to be surnamed Lu, but it can retain the Lu family's innate gift of the general appointment platform. Do you know what this means? Xiaji was tempted. That was right, the Lu family's bloodline didn't have to be surnamed Lu, but rather Xia. This bloodline could retain the Lu family's innate gift of the general appointment platform, and it would allow the Xia family's branch to possess the platform in the future. Their strength would soar rapidly and the general appointment platform was a terrifying innate gift. Not only would he be able to obtain the serious art and the death god's inheritance, but he would also be able to obtain the Lu family's general appointment platform. With these inheritances, the Xia family's branch would be able to surpass the other side of the universe in the shortest amount of time. The main branch would become the true master of the Xia family. Xiaji's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yin. This kid had truly submitted to his conditions. I'll go find you a woman right now, he said as he turned to leave. Suddenly he thought of something and wanted to knock Lu Yin out just in case. However, when he turned around he saw a yellow praying mat. Xiaji suddenly thought of something and his face changed. Stop, he shouted. Unfortunately it was too late. Lu Yin had taken out his futon the moment Xiaji was tempted by the general appointment platform, sat on it and rang the blood-red bell. The blood-red bell contained the power of the head inquisitor, and it crushed down like a giant hand. Xiaji roared and his inner world tried to trap Lu Yin, but it collided with the blood-red bell's power. The bell shattered, and Lu Yin disappeared from Xiaji's sight as he entered the Daoist sect's ruins. As he looked at the empty ground and the blood-red bell fragments, Xiaji roared in rage. He had been tricked. He knew about the futon and the Daoist sect's ruins, and Lu Yin would appear in this place in at most a month. However, during this time, Lu Yin had many ways to announce that he was the one who had taken action. Elder Chan, Elder Gong, and the Elysian Heavenly Master would definitely cause trouble for him. He could not guarantee that those people would not be able to find this place. Xiaji clenched his fists. As a half-ancestor he controlled everything and he had never felt so powerless before. Even when he had schemed against the Cosmic Sea he had ultimately succeeded due to various reasons. However, at this moment he had actually miscalculated against an enlighter. This person was very cautious and had grasped the opportunity extremely well. He had advanced step by step and in the end he had managed to escape right in front of a half-ancestor. How hateful. Xiaji wanted to stay and wait for Lu Yin when he saw the various inheritances and opportunities that Lu Yin possessed, but the chances of that happening were slim. Brat, you're lucky this time. Next time, you won't be able to escape, Xiaji muttered to himself with a sinister gaze before leaving. In the ruins of the Daoist sect, Lu Yin appeared on a futon plaza. He looked around and relaxed as he had finally escaped. Facing a half-ancestor had been a huge pressure for him. No one would believe that he had managed to escape from a half-ancestor, but he had still managed to do it. He had thought of using his futon to escape the moment he had awakened, but he had never had the opportunity to do so. Even when Xiaji had been poisoned by the tears of Good Samaritan and disappeared for a period of time, Lu Yin had not used his futon to escape. This was because he was not sure if Xiaji was secretly watching him. If he were Xiaji, then he would definitely be secretly watching Lu Yin to eliminate any possibility of escape. Lu Yin wanted to use his futon to escape while Xiaji was not around, but he quickly discarded the possibility. He would rather use his futon to escape right in front of Xiaji. Reality proved that he had succeeded, but as he looked at the shattered blood-red bell in his hand, Lu Yin felt bitter. Such a good power vessel had been lost just like that. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's gaze darkened and he gritted his teeth. Xiaji had brought him unprecedented losses. The tears of Good Samaritan, his blood-stained robes, and the head referee's decree were all trump cards that Lu Yin could use to deal with a superpower house. However, they had all disappeared in Xiaji's hands. Xiaji would definitely repay this debt. Right now, the most important thing was how to escape. Xiaji should not have stayed behind to wait for Lu Yin, as Xiaji must have guessed that Lu Yin would think of a way to expose the fact that Xiaji had captured Lu Yin. This was the only way Lu Yin could escape. Lu Yin did not know where the place where he had been trapped was, and the only person who could expose him was Xiaji. Lu Yin stood up and had an idea. Chapter 1838. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze shifted and he stopped in place. He slowly turned his head towards a corner where a man was practicing some battle technique. In the huge futon plaza there was only him and that man. It was normal for him to train in battle techniques, but this person had glanced at Lu Yin several times while he was training. Lu Yin's 5 senses were extremely sharp, and when he looked at this man he felt an inexplicable sense of wariness. This person's cultivation was not weak. More importantly, Lu Yin hadn't changed his appearance, so this person might have recognized him. As he thought about it, Lu Yin walked towards the man. The man's expression remained the same. When Lu Yin walked to his side, the man looked up and met his gaze. "What is it?" "Nothing much, I'm just here to kill you." He then attacked with a palm strike at the man. The man's eyes were fierce and a terrifying aura swept out from behind him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had only been testing the waters, but he hadn't expected this person to be an expert. "Imprinter. Lu Yin, you really did appear. Don't even think about running away now that you're here," the man shouted. He had been ordered to guard the futon plaza just to wait for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had obtained the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons battle techniques, and he had entered the 9 cauldrons space multiple times. 4 cauldrons had already been destroyed and the 6th mainland could no longer tolerate this. Not only had they sent powerhouses to guard the 9 cauldrons space, but they had also sent people to keep an eye on the futon plaza. This had been going on for a very long time. Even though they knew that Lu Yin might change his appearance when he came here, they still had to report it to the higher-ups. The man had already reported that there were quite a few people who had changed their appearances and come to the Daoist sect's ruins. He had not expected Lu Yin to appear with his own appearance, but he had not expected that Lu Yin would still show up. The man's mission was to report Lu Yin's whereabouts immediately. There wasn't much danger in this mission. If Lu Yin had changed his appearance, he wouldn't have attacked just because someone stared at him. However, Lu Yin hadn't changed his appearance, so the man should have recognized him just by looking at him. Naturally, he would attack. Bang, there was a loud explosion and the man retreated more than 10 steps. His hands were numb and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin struck out with the emptiness palm, but the man couldn't even see the palm print. He had just become an imprinter and his power level was over 500,000. He wouldn't even be able to block the emptiness palm, let alone the emptiness palm. Puff spitting out a mouthful of blood, the man tried to flee into the astral source universe, but Lu Yin had already blocked his path. Xiaji's grievances and anger were completely vented on this person. Not long after, the man's body fell to the ground, his arm broken. That was where the stellar origin chi vortex was located. Lu Yin walked in front of the man. I placed some hidden energy in the location of your astral origin cyclone. I don't want to be crippled. After you leave, contact this person and tell him that I've come to the Daoist sect's ruins. Also give him a name, Xiaji. The man stared at Lu Yin in horror, half of his body covered in blood. I got it. I'll definitely tell him to help me remove the hidden force. Of course, Lu Yin wouldn't hold anything back. It was just a threat. After all, cultivators cared more about their cultivation than their lives. He wasn't afraid of letting this person go. It didn't matter if the Sixth Mainland knew that he was here. After all, how many experts could the Sixth Mainland have to deal with him? His own Daoist sect had just been attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance, and with the addition of the people who had entered Burial Garden, the Sixth Mainland was too busy fending for itself, so they had no time to care about Lu Yin's affairs. The contact number he gave was Yuan Qiong. At present, it seemed that the only ones who could help him were the Sirius sect and Everlasting Island. The Sirius sect had helped him because of their inheritance, while Everlasting Island had helped him because of Heizij Lian. He could only place his hopes on Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master. This person will help you remove the hidden force. Contact him yourself, Lu Yin said. He then changed his appearance, stepped forward and vanished. The man didn't know if Lu Yin had left any hidden energy in his body, but he didn't dare to take the risk. If he lost, then his cultivation would be completely gone. Cultivators fought against the heavens and against others. They had crossed countless corpses in their path of cultivation, and their enemies were everywhere. If he lost his cultivation, then what awaited him and his family would be a tragic end. He could not afford to lose his cultivation. If he wanted to save himself, then time was of the essence. If that man had been able to stay in the Daoist sect's ruins for another half a month, then even if he told Elder Gong and the others that Xiaji had attacked him, they wouldn't have much time to search for him. Thus, Lu Yin couldn't place his hopes on just one or two people. He rushed past the first divine gate and arrived at the budding terrace. There he frantically searched for people who were about to leave the Daoist sect's ruins. He then coerced them into contacting Yuan Qiong and Sage Lian. The more people there were, the more likely that he would be exposed to the Sixth Mainland. However, Lu Yin had no other choice, as this was the only way to save himself. For half a month, Lu Yin had lost count of how many people he had arranged to send messages. He only knew that an imprinter had appeared in the Daoist sect's ruins and was searching for him. The rest of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were all jittery, which was why he had gone to the Mountain Sea inheritance. Lu Yin didn't know how much of an impact he had had on the outside world. After a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland left the Daoist sect's ruins, he weakly contacted Yuan Qiong. Who is it? Yuan Qiong asked, as this was an unfamiliar number. As the sect master of Sirius sect, it was unlikely that an unfamiliar number would contact him. Xiaji. Xiaji captured him, the weak voice said. Yuan Qiong was confused. What did you say? I don't know. That person told me to contact you. He said that Xiaji captured him, the weak voice helplessly replied. This was the only thing that he knew, and he didn't know anything else. Yuan Qiong's gaze turned cold. Who are you? Who is that person? Where did he tell you? In the Daoist sect's ruins. I don't know who that person is, but he told me to tell you that you have the antidote, right? He said that only you have the antidote to save me. At that moment, another call came through, and it was also an unfamiliar number. Xiaji. Xiaji captured him. The voice was filled with terror. Give me the antidote. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten by poisonous insects. Who told you to tell me this? Yuan Qiong had a guess. I don't know. I don't want to die. Give me the antidote. The voice on the other end of the call became even more terrified. Far away in the cosmic sea, Heizij Lian also received all sorts of messages. It's that old bastard Xiaji again. I'll kill him one day. They weren't stupid, and they quickly guessed that Lu Yin was asking for help in the Daoist sect's ruins. They immediately contacted Everlasting Sky Island and asked the Elysian Heavenly Master to deal with Xiaji. Yuan Qiong also contacted Elder Gong, and he was more proactive than anyone else. Elder Gong's expression was solemn. Xiaji must have guessed that Lu Yin has something to do with the Sirius art inheritance. Elder, Lu Yin won't be able to stay in the Daoist sect's ruins for long. Yuan Qiong was anxious as he could not afford to lose the serious art inheritance while he was still the sect master. The serious art had already been forced to be learned by the Xia family, and if the inheritance was lost as well, then he would be condemned for eternity. Elder Gong immediately left the serious sect. The Elysian Heavenly Master also left Everlasting Sky Island. By the seaside in the Daoist sect's ruins, Lu Yin sighed. He had failed again. He had entered the mountain and seen the flames, but he had failed again. After that he went to another mountain and saw the spring water, but he had also failed again. He could not figure out what had gone wrong and how he had confirmed that he had failed. In the distance, a beautiful figure appeared. She was facing the sea and sitting alone, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yin was astonished. Maiden. The newcomer was Maiden, and when she heard Lu Yin's voice, she looked over and was astonished. Lu Yin? You can recognize me? Lu Yin was surprised. Maiden replied, I recognize your eyes. Lu Yin blinked. Is that so? He then walked over to her side. So it really is you. Many people have been saying that a madman has appeared in the Daoist sect's ruins and forced them to go out and talk nonsense. It looks like you've run into some trouble, Maiden said as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I was plotted against by that old bastard Xiaji. I can only think of a way to save myself. Xiaji? Maiden was at a loss. Xiaji was one of the human domain's half-ancestors, and he was also the ancestor of the Xia family. Not many people had heard of him, and Maiden was from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin revealed Xiaji's identity. Maiden's expression turned solemn. A dignified half-ancestor actually attacked you. How shameless. Lu Yin shrugged. Isn't that so? I'll make that old bastard pay 100-fold sooner or later. Are you sure you can save yourself? Maiden was worried. Lu Yin wasn't sure either. I should be able to. I'm about 80 to 90% confident. Maiden nodded, but she didn't say anything else. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Lu Yin's relationship with Xin Nu had always been very good. It was the kind of relationship that could not be explained, but it was natural for them to trust each other even when they were enemies. Xin Nu had risked being discovered to save Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had saved her during the sovereign tournament. The two of them were friends that could not be explained. They also had something in common. They had lost their memories. Lu Yin, Maiden said. Lu Yin looked at her. Why is your surname Lu? Maiden asked, turning to look at Lu Yin. A gentle breeze blew past, causing her hair to flutter. There was also a delicate fragrance. Lu Yin subconsciously asked, Do I have a choice? Maiden turned around and looked at a distant mountain. The surname Lu is not ordinary. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How is it not ordinary? A primeval surname? Maiden muttered, That's a powerful surname. Actually, my surname is Lu as well. Lu Yin was shocked. Your surname is Lu? Maiden nodded. I've recovered my memories. My name is Lu Exin and I come from an ancient family. Lu Yin stared at her in a daze. The ancient family you're talking about is the Lu family? Maiden's eyes were filled with reminiscence. You don't understand what the surname Lu represents. It represents time, control, and ancient legends. It also represents... She paused and then softly added, invincibility. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Invincibility? What makes you invincible? Can a surname represent invincibility? Maiden took a deep breath and looked into the distance. She stood up. I've said too much, but I don't know why I'm telling you all of this. We're actually from different eras. She then turned to leave. Even though she naturally had a good impression of Lu Yin, there were some things that were not suitable for her to say. General appointment stage, Lu Yin suddenly said. Chapter 1839. She paused and suddenly turned around to stare at Lu Yin. What did you say? Lu Yin met her gaze and answered in a low voice, the general appointment platform. She stared at him in disbelief. How did you know? Lu Yin smiled. 10 times before the Autark tournament, you can go to an unfamiliar region of space. There's an ancient and powerful family there with the surname Lu. That family's most invincible innate gift is the general appointment platform. He grew excited. You've seen that family before? Do you know how to get there? You're from the general appointment platform's Lu family? Lu Yin was puzzled. She nodded and replied excitedly, I'm from the Lu family. Lu Yin, tell me how to get there. Lu Yin sized her up. Why should I believe that you're from the Lu family? She did not understand. Why should I? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she stared at Lu Yin and her mouth fell open. You don't know the surname Lu? Lu Yin spread his hands. Make me believe that you're from the Lu family. And why should I believe that you're from the Lu family? She countered. Lu Yin sat down. Believe it or not, I don't care. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Are you really from the Lu family? Lu Yin did not answer and just calmly stared at the surface of the sea. However, his heart was not calm at all. He believed that she was from the Lu family. Otherwise, how could he explain his unwarranted trust in her? When they had first met, he had never heard of the Lu family or the general appointment platform. No one would have schemed against him since then, and no one would have known that he was Zhou Xian. Even if someone wanted to scheme against him, what could a mere maiden do? She stared at his back. No wonder I felt that you were trustworthy the moment I saw you. You want me to prove that I'm from the Lu family? Sure. She then raised a hand and slapped out into the distance. The palm print grew more and more solid until it finally slammed into the sea. This palm is the Lu family's ultimate technique, the life form palm. It's the only ultimate battle technique that can be learned by a side branch of the Lu family. Can it prove my identity? She asked calmly. Lu Yin looked at the distant palm print that had disappeared. It was very similar to the frozen immortal sect's ultimate technique, Immortal Fanyao. Stealing the enemy's life force? Xen Yu replied, that's right. It's the life palm, an ultimate technique of the Lu family. It can seize the enemy's life force. Life spirit palm Xian Fanyao. If this battle skill was really the Lu clan's secret technique, it meant that Xian Fanyao had stolen the Lu clan's secret technique. It wasn't impossible. The cold immortal sect had many secret techniques, such as the Ku secret technique and the Yu secret technique. It wasn't strange that they had obtained the life spirit palm from the Lu clan. Not enough. The maiden said, make me believe that you're from the Lu family. Lu Yin smiled and a platform appeared in front of him. Nothing could prove his identity better than the general appointment stage. Seeing the general appointment platform appear, the maiden's body shook and her pupils shrank. General appointment platform? Are you a direct descendant? Convince me that you're from the Lu family. The maiden was excited. All right. Then the void behind them distorted and Lu Yin sensed an extraordinary aura. He turned around and saw a beast hoof that seemed both real and illusory at the same time. Following that, a giant creature that resembled an elephant took shape. It roared at the sky and its sound waves tore through the void and spread into the distance. The earth trembled and the seawater boiled. The phenomenon that appeared behind the maiden caused her aura to skyrocket, just like an imprint. Lu Yin stared at the creature that seemed both real and illusory when a voice suddenly spoke in his mind. Little Seven, that's one of the Lu family's visualizations. What do you think? Isn't it spectacular? Second bro, that's amazing. I want one too. You don't have to. That's the immovable Heavenly King's elephant that the branch family visualizes. We direct descendants visualize something else that's even more powerful. Really? Second bro, I want to visualize. Hurry up and teach me. Don't be in such a hurry, Little Seven. Cultivate the Xidagarba needle first. As the voice spoke, Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his back, and the seal became faintly discernible. His fingers dug deep into the stone as he stared at the creature behind the maiden. These voices were memories of his past and he had to remember them. Suddenly, the bones in his body shattered, and Lu Yin's aura relaxed as his body fell into the sea. The maiden hurriedly grabbed onto Lu Yin, not understanding what was going on. His aura suddenly became unstable. The voice in Lu Yin's mind disappeared, and he panted heavily as he sat on the cliff, sweat dripping down his face. What's wrong? The maiden asked with concern. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, and there was a deep unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. His memories, cultivation, and even his innate gift had all been sealed by the crazy headmaster, the dried corpse and progenitor Chen's blood. The seals had been slowly unraveled, but they were still there. This seal would definitely interfere when he broke through to become an emissary, which would make it even more difficult for him to break through. Breaking through to become an emissary was already accompanied by an origin tribulation, and now that this seal had been added to the mix, it was like trying to kill him. The four cardinal scales. One day he would overturn this world and return to the Lu family. Immovable Heavenly King's elephant. Lu Yin said in a hoarse voice. The image behind the maiden's back disappeared. This should be enough to prove my identity. Although Lu Yin's memories had not been restored, the voice in his mind told him that the immovable Heavenly King's elephant was a branch family's visualization, just like the 4 cardinal scales. Someone had once said that the 4 cardinal scales visualization had been stolen from the Lu family, and the Lu family had helped them achieve this. I'm Lu Yin and I'm also Lu Xian. The maiden was puzzled. Is Lu Xian your real name? Lu Yin replied, it was my name before I lost my memories. You still haven't recovered your memories? The maiden was astonished. With Lu Yin's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to not have recovered his memories. Lu Yin coldly replied, my memories have been sealed by someone. Who? The maiden's tone turned cold. Lu Yin told the maiden about what had happened in the cosmic tree realm. Many people knew about this, so there was no need to hide anything, especially from someone from the Lu family. The maiden's aura became even colder, and her eyes filled with killing intent when she heard Lu Yin's story. If I had known that these families would betray us, then I would not have given them such a chance. Which era do you belong to? You've never heard of my name before. It should be quite long ago, but you don't seem that old. The maiden replied, I belong to the era of the Daoist sect. Lu Yin was shocked. The era of the Daoist sect? You're still alive? The maiden recalled, in that era the mother tree could still be seen, and everything had to listen to the Daoist sect's commands. The 5th mainland had 9 mountains and 8 seas, but because of a war, everything changed. The war between the 6th and 5th mainlands? Lu Yin blurted out. The maiden recalled, that's right. The war between the 6th and 5th mainlands. That war brought about an unprecedented disaster to the 5th mainland. Countless people died and progenitors fell. The heavens wept and the Daoist sect collapsed. The 9 mountains and 8 seas were shattered. At that time I was just a puny hunter, and the battle that I participated in was just the tip of the iceberg. However, I saw the blood of several progenitors. When she thought about this, the maiden slowly squatted down and recalled that terrifying scene. Her eyes were filled with deep fear and sorrow. During that era of war, a single drop of blood could destroy a part of the heavens, and a single sentence could cause the astral river to turn upside down. You didn't know where you would be safe if you hid, and you didn't even know if you would survive the next second. No one could guarantee their own survival. Let alone a puny hunter like me, even an emissary or a half-progenitor could have died at any time. The mother tree was shaking and the astral river was dyed red. I saw large amounts of corpses floating in space and being eaten by beasts. I saw the progenitors that I once looked up to howl in grief. I saw pairs of eyes filled with despair, and the maiden's body trembled as she recalled that war and her face turned pale. Lu Yin quickly grabbed her hand. Don't think about it anymore. Maiden. He shouted. The maiden's body trembled and she gasped for breath before slowly calming down. I'm sorry. The maiden's voice was hoarse and she had yet to recover from the shock. It was obvious that that war had traumatized her greatly. If even a cultivator from a branch family of the Lu family was like this, then one could imagine how terrifying that war had been. It was not that Lu Yin had never participated in a war before. Erudite Flowzone's border war, Ironblood Weave's border war, Endless Weave's border war, the Cosmic Sea War, and so on. He had also experienced countless battles, but they could not compare to the one that the maiden had participated in. So, the 5th mainland, which has the 9 mountains and 8 seas, lost to the 6th mainland? Lu Yin slowly asked. The maiden clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. No, the 6th mainland can't compare to the 5th mainland. Any random progenitor from the 5 mountains and 8 seas could suppress the 6th mainland. It was those monsters. The 5th mainland lost to those monsters. The everlasting race. Lu Yin's tone was gloomy. The maiden sat down weakly. Yes, the everlasting race. The 6th mainland was just a hired thug for the everlasting race. The ones who truly invaded the Daoist sect and fought against the 9 mountains and 8 seas progenitors were the everlasting race's monsters. However, the 6th mainland's invasion delayed half of the 5th mainland's forces, which was why we were defeated by the everlasting race. One progenitor after another was sacrificed, and we were also affected by the shockwaves and sealed in a stone. I don't know what happened after that. Lu Yin was not surprised, as there had been various signs that indicated that the 6th mainland had been deceived. Why were they deceived? The maiden shook her head. I don't know. Lu Yin was disappointed. The maiden had only been a hunter at the time, so how could she possibly know these secrets? I heard that it has something to do with the Wang family, the maiden said with uncertainty. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What about the specifics? The maiden frowned. I don't know, but I'm sure of one thing. When the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland went to war, the one who initiated the attack was my 5th mainland, and it was Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin raised his brows. Progenitor Qin initiated the attack? The maiden nodded. At the time, Progenitor Qin was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he had an extremely high status in the 5th mainland's Daoist sect. It was his initiative that caused the 2 mainlands to go to war, but I'm not sure why he did it. The maiden told Lu Yin everything she knew, but aside from the fact that Progenitor Qin had initiated the battle, there was nothing else that surprised him. Which 9 mountains and 8 seas progenitors? This was something that Lu Yin had always been curious about. Chapter 1840. He thought about it. Others might not know, but I'm from a side branch of the Lu family, so I've heard of them. First there's Lu family's ancestor Lu Tianyi, the Xia family's progenitor Qin, the frozen immortal sects by Wang Yuan, the Wang family's Wang Fan, progenitor Hui, progenitor Rune, progenitor Withering and progenitor Fog. That's only 8 people. Progenitor Qin monopolized the 2 mountains and 1 ocean. Lu Yin sighed. As expected of the invincible progenitor Qin, he could even snatch 1 more person. Lu Tianyi is my Lu family's ancestor? Lu Yin asked. The believer replied, Ancestor Lu Tianyi is an ancestor of my Lu family from the recent generation. My Lu family's inheritance has been passed down for an extremely long time, and the 9 mountains and 8 seas inheritance has been passed down for an extremely long time as well. There were other ancestors who had obtained the 5th mainland's Daoist sect before them, and they were the ones who had obtained the 5th mainland's Daoist sect in our era. What kind of existence is the Fog progenitor? Lu Yin asked. Of these ancestors, the one he had heard the least about was the Fog progenitor, and this was not his first time hearing about it. The Fog progenitor's fog was quite mysterious, and it could be found in the Smoke-Eater Mountain Range and Everlasting Sky Island. Although he was not very famous, he had left behind many things. She smiled bitterly. I've only heard rumors about progenitors. Legend has it that the fog progenitor likes to create all kinds of fog, but I don't know anything else. Have you heard of progenitor Wuxia? Lu Yin asked. It was rare for him to meet someone from an ancient era, and he was eager to ask everything he wanted to know. She replied, Progenitor Wuxia was also a progenitor from the 5th mainland, and he participated in that battle. Lu Yin looked at her and waited for her to continue, but she fell silent. She had not participated in the entire battle, as she had been sealed in a stone halfway through. Because her realm was too low, there were many things that she was not clear about. It was already quite good that she could speak about the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin asked a few more questions, but she could not really answer many of them. With Lu Yin's experience and status, the questions he asked touched on the core of that era, and she was far from that status. She could only speak about some things that she had heard, which was not very meaningful. But Lu Yin was satisfied, at least he knew the general truth. The progenitor Wuxiang chatted for a long time. Progenitor Wuxiang. The believer replied, It's not unique, but at least those traders won't. Imprint from that era, the 6th mainland's era? No. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. You've lost your memories, so you don't know how to use visualization techniques anymore. I can teach you, but I can only teach you the Akalanatha Heavenly King image. The direct descendants of the Lu family visualize something else, but I don't know how to do it, said the maiden. Lu Yin thought about it. All right. The immovable Heavenly King elephant's true form originated from ancient times. Legend has it that it is one of the largest creatures in the universe. When it was born, the universe rumbled and the 6 continents shook. The ancestor of the Lu family first observed the immovable Heavenly King elephant and used visualization techniques to copy it, creating a power that helped the Lu family become invincible. As she spoke, the immovable Heavenly King elephant appeared behind her. Lu Yin stared at the Akalanatha Heavenly King elephant and began to visualize it according to Maiden Xian's instructions. In the Neoverse, outside the Summerblade continent, Elder Gong and the High Sage Heavenly Master appeared. Xiaoji, come out. The 7 courts surrounded progenitor Chen's tomb in a circle. As Elder Gong shouted, many pairs of eyes in the Court of Seven Words looked over. They were all experts from the families. The closest continent was the Summer Blade continent. Xiaomeng opened her eyes. Half-martial ancestor? Why, had they found this place? Elder Gong and the High Sage Heavenly Master did not hide their cultivation levels, and their strength as half-ancestors shook the entire Summer Blade continent. Xiaji quickly walked out with a calm expression. Have the two of you come to the seven courts to make a show of force? Elder Gong stepped forward, his weathered face no longer aloof. His gaze was stern as he asked, Xiaji, how is Lu Yin? Xiaji's eyes narrowed. He had expected someone to help Lu Yin, but he had not expected two half-ancestors to show up. Elder Gong's attitude made him even more certain that Lu Yin had an unusual relationship with the Sirius sect. What a joke. Two dignified half-ancestors are looking for me because of a junior? You're a dignified half-ancestor, yet you're attacking a junior? Who's the joke here? Xiaji's eyes flashed. What's the relationship between Lu Yin and the Sirius sect? Is it worth a grand elder like you personally saving him? You admit that you were the one who captured Lu Yin. Elder Gong's gaze was cold. Xiaji calmly replied, I didn't capture him. I just had some questions. Once I was done, I naturally let him leave. Where's he now? Elder Gong asked. Xiaji replied, I've already released him. Go look for him yourself. If he's in the Daoist sect's ruins, then where did he enter? The Sage Heavenly Master asked. Xiaji looked at the Sage Heavenly Master. I've already released him. As for where he entered the Daoist sect's ruins, you can look for him yourself. Xiaji, do you really want to force the Sirius sect to go to war with your Xia family? Elder Gong barked. Countless stars revolved around his body, replacing the heavens around him. This was his inner world. These stars were incomparably large and some of them even collided with real stars, forming black holes. Xiaji's blade appeared in front of him as he stared at Elder Gong. He did not want to fight as he had only been able to defeat these two because he had used the Sage Heavenly Master's myriad rivers return to the sea technique. In terms of true strength, he could not defeat these two combined and he had even been injured. For Lu Yin, your Sirius sect wants to go to war with my seven courts. What does Lu Yin mean to you? Xiaji gripped his blade and pointed it at Elder Gong. The Sage Heavenly Master looked up. Every disciple of Everlasting Island is my child. If it were a battle between peers, I would not interfere. But you, Xiaji, are a half-progenitor and yet you want to deal with a child? My Everlasting Island will not sit idly by. Xiaji's eyes narrowed. The three half-progenitors' inner worlds collided, causing the seven courts' heavens to collapse. Countless people looked over in shock, feeling as if the heavens were collapsing. At that moment Xiaomeng walked out. Ancestor, Elder Chan has contacted you. Xiaji put down his blade and took his gadget. Elder Chan's image appeared. Where is Lu Yin? Xiaji's voice was low. Release him. Elder Chan and Xiaji looked at each other, and Elder Chan asked seriously, You're really releasing him? Xiaji coldly replied, Yes. Elder Chan nodded. I believe you, but I hope you're not lying to me. Lu Yin cannot be touched. Xiaji subconsciously looked at Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master. Just because of the Sirius sect in Everlasting Island? Don't forget that his true identity will bring disaster to the fifth mainland. There's someone behind him, Elder Chan said. Someone that neither you nor I can afford to offend. I can clearly tell you that neither of us can afford to offend him. Xiaji was stunned. He knew Elder Chan's temper very well and he would not lie about saving Lu Yin. Elder Chan's words had to be true. Who? A progenitor that neither of us can afford to offend? In any case, you cannot touch Lu Yin or no one will be able to protect you. Elder Chan finished speaking. Xiaji tossed his gadget to Xiaomeng and then faced Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master. I said I'll release him, so I'll release him. In any case, nothing will happen to him in my hands. Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master looked at each other, unsure if Xiaji was telling the truth. In that case, we'll believe you, the Sage Heavenly Master said. Elder Gong said, Speaking of which, how long has it been since we last came to the seven courts? It's time to take a look. The Sage Heavenly Master smiled. I like the scenery of the Great Styx River. I like the mountains and rivers of the Summer Blade mainland. Then stay and take a look. Xiaji's brows rose as the sage heavenly master wanted to keep an eye on him. He truly did not plan on looking for Lu Yin, as Elder Chan's words had given him some misgivings. This matter had a huge impact, so there was no need for him to act. However, he would not let Lu Yin go. For progenitor Chen's inheritance, the sage heavenly master had plotted for so long and even fought against 2 half-progenitors. Now that he was almost certain that the inheritance was in Lu Yin's hands, how could he let it go? In the burial garden, a torrent of water poured down, transforming into the water god's tear that enveloped Lu Feng. Pathmaster C was bathed in blood, and she raised a hand, causing the endless water to transform into 2 cliffs that fell down. Lu Feng's gaze was calm as she was enveloped by the water god's tear. She did not panic at all, and her sword trembled as she slashed out. The water god's tear was severed, and the edge swept towards Pathmaster C. Pathmaster C's hands fell, and the innate dual cliffs landed steadily. Not only did they shatter the edge, but they also pressed Lu Feng into the ground. Run. Not far away there was a burial garden gate that led to the outside world, and Yang Kong, who was standing beside it, charged towards Lu Feng. Why are you running? Destroy her. Careful. Pathmaster C shouted. Lu Feng, who had been pressed down by the dual cliffs, flipped her sword and slashed through the void. The void was sliced apart as the sword broke through the astral source universe and slashed towards Yang Kong. Yang Kong had not expected Lu Feng to be able to counterattack while being suppressed by Pathmaster C. He was caught off guard and was forced back by the sword, almost losing his arm. At that moment, a beam of light shot towards Yang Kong from afar, causing him to quickly retreat. It was an emissary, a modified emissary from the Hall of Honor. Yang Kong's expression turned ugly. Someone else is coming. We're now public enemies and we need to find a way back to the Starfall Sea. Pathmaster C coughed up blood. Yang Kong did not know where the burial garden gate to the Starfall Sea was, as they had not planned on leaving so easily. He had not expected that they would be exposed. It had to be that bastard Lai Yanzi, as no one else besides him had left. However, Lai Yanzi was definitely dead, as no one could cure the everlasting race's poison. Let's go. Yang Kong turned to leave. Lu Feng's sword cut through the dual cliffs at the right moment. She stared at Pathmaster C and Yang Kong, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly as she slashed out. Pathmaster C was furious. She flipped over and used water to block the attack, attempting to drain the water from Lu Feng's body. However, Lu Feng was stronger than her, and the modified emissary arrived just in time to attack Yang Kong. Yang Kong's eyes turned green and his green pupils changed. The emissary saw this and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Yang Kong punched out and forced the modified emissary back. Just as Yang Kong was about to turn and leave, the void around him was sliced apart, forming layers of black that enveloped him. Innate skill, Black Coffin. Countless spikes pierced through the black coffin. Yang Kong roared and the black coffin shattered with a bang. There were many wounds on his body and blood flowed down his clothes. He looked not far away. Invisible light, you're courting death. With that, he took a step forward, traversing the astral source universe to attack invisible light. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Chapter 1841. Invisible light frowned. Green eyes. Corpse King transformation. How could a Corpse King enter burial garden? There was no time to think. He faced Yang Kong and opened his eyes. A terrifying domain materialized and flattened the void. 10 meters in front of him, a black spot suddenly appeared. It was his innate gift, the gravitational black spot. Yang Kong walked out of Astral Source Universe and slapped at invisible light. The moment he stepped out of Astral Source Universe, his body was uncontrollably sucked in by the gravitational force, and his attack was diverted. Luo Guang raised his hands and clapped them together. It was as if there were countless hands clapping together. Lose your colors. Yang Kong waved his hand and destroyed the gravitational black spot. He turned to look at invisible light. Suddenly, invisible light turned gray. Everything around him, including the ground and sky, turned gray. Yang Kong's green eyes flickered as he slapped at invisible light. Invisible light's domain materialized and formed a force field that could predict attacks. However, it could not block Yang Kong's attack. The domain was torn apart and invisible light was sent flying. Yang Kong did not chase after him. Instead, he looked around in confusion. He had lost his color and his ability to distinguish between things. Even when the transformed emissary shot a beam of light at him, he did not notice it. Path Lord C was pierced by a sword and she spat blood on Lu Feng. Lu Feng's blade flipped over and beheaded Path Lord C. Yang Kong's body was hit by the beam of light, but it did not penetrate. After the green eyes transformation, his physical strength had increased greatly. Although this attack did not penetrate Yang Kong's body, it still severely injured him. At the same time, it also woke him up. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Despicable." As he spoke, the secret ancestral seal shone from behind him. His injuries healed instantly under the effects of a secret resurrection technique. Lu Feng's expression changed. He really is invisible light. Invisible light glanced at invisible light, then took out a power vessel from his cosmic ring. Lu Feng and the transformed emissary watched as they rushed into the burial garden. Invisible light fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He could not even block a single attack from Yang Kong, but because of him, Yang Kong had been severely injured and could not meet up with Path Lord C, resulting in her death. He looked at the burial garden's gate. He really is invisible light. He didn't die, and he even cultivated an eternal battle technique. But is he a corpse king? Can a normal person cultivate corpse king transformation and enter burial garden? Trouble. There was a weave in the outerverse known as Sky Saint Weave. After the sixth mainland had entered the outerverse, Meng Zhuang from the martial immortal realm had occupied Sky Saint Weave. Dream Manor was an unfamiliar name to many people in the fifth mainland. Even in the sixth mainland, many people had never heard of Dream Manor. It was a strange place, and the only cultivation technique there was the Dream Heart Sutra. Within the Dream Manor, almost all of the cultivators were sleeping, which was very strange. It was the same in the outerverse of the fifth mainland. Little Qing looked around curiously and was speechless. He's really sleeping. Beside her was a sweet and adorable girl. When she heard Little Qing's words, she giggled. Interesting, right? Little Qing smiled. What if the enemy attacks? It's okay, we can fight in our dreams. The girl was very happy. She pulled Little Qing's hand and said, Little Qing, you don't know how bored I've been recently. Let's go to the cemetery and play. Little Qing blinked, her eyes shining. Burial garden? Your house has an entrance? Of course, the girl said proudly. But will your father and the others agree? I heard that the cemetery is very dangerous. Little Qing hesitated. The girl raised her head. With Little Qing, who once defeated the Daoist Three Skies, accompanying us, they won't be worried at all. Little Qing rolled her eyes. Don't flatter me. I didn't defeat Bukong. I was just lucky to trick him. A win is a win. Little Qing, let's go to the cemetery's entrance. The girl was very enthusiastic. Her name was Meng Ru and she was the young mistress of Dream Manor. He was also good friends with Little Qing. Not long after, Meng Ru brought Little Qing to the entrance of Dream Manor's cemetery. Little Qing was speechless when she saw that even though they were guarding the cemetery, most of the people were still sleeping. This was a unique characteristic of Dream Manor. Little Qing, let's go. Meng Ru pulled Little Qing inside, but she was stopped by a man. You're not allowed to go. Meng Ru's face turned bitter. Father, why can't I go? Little Qing will protect me. The man replied, you'll appear randomly after entering the cemetery. No one can protect you. Go back. Meng Ru's pleas were useless. Suddenly, a figure staggered out of the cemetery. His body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. The moment he walked out of the cemetery's entrance, he rushed into the distance. It was Yang Kong. The middle-aged man who had stopped Meng Ru from entering the cemetery shouted, Stop. As he spoke, an invisible wave swept out. This man's cultivation level was similar to Yang Kong's, but his battle prowess was much weaker. Yang Kong hadn't thought that he would come to Dream Manor's territory. He had heard of Dream Manor before, so he was cautious and didn't dare to reveal himself. Facing the middle-aged man's attack, he casually struck out with his palm, but the man was unable to move. Fortunately, Little Qing had pushed the man away or he would have been dead. Although their cultivation levels were the same, the difference in battle prowess was too great. At that moment, Yang Kong's vision gradually returned to normal. He let out a sigh of relief and glanced down to see Little Qing staring at him. It's her? Yang Kong didn't even look back as he rushed into the distance to escape. A ripple appeared in the void. "Esteemed guest, please stay for a moment." As the voice passed by, Yang Kong's body trembled as an endless wave of sleepiness washed over him. He bit the tip of his tongue to wake up, but in the end he couldn't stop himself from falling asleep. He fell to the ground and was caught by Dreamer's people. Little Qing looked at Yang Kong's appearance and was shocked. "Bukong?" Meng Ru was confused. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man's expression was solemn. "One of the Daoist's 3 skies, secret progenitor territories Bukong is him. Legend has it that he changed his name to Yang Kong and joined the Neo-Human Alliance. Some time ago he entered the cemetery to kill the inheritor and serve the Neo-Human Alliance. I never thought that it would be true." When he thought of this, his expression turned grim. "Keep an eye on him." He then left. Ru Meng curiously looked at the unconscious Yang Kong on the ground, occasionally glancing at Little Qing. "The Daoist's 3 skies? Didn't they say they were dead? Why would they join the Neo-Human Alliance? Little Qing, are the Daoist's 3 skies really that powerful? Can they become the future skies of our 6th mainland?" Little Qing nodded and recalled, "They're really powerful, especially this Bukong. During the sovereign tournament he was the youngest, about the same age as Lu Yin. However, he was the most difficult to deal with. He had many secret techniques and his innate gift was strong. He had almost no weaknesses. He's not even a sovereign? What a pity I didn't watch the sovereign tournament. I was dreaming and by the time I wanted to watch it, it was already too late. I can't even find a video of the final battle online." "Little Qing, tell me more about the sovereign tournament," Ru Meng said regretfully. Little Qing was helpless. "All right, the final battle of the sovereign tournament." Half a day later, the middle-aged man returned. "Ancestor, you're dreaming." After hearing this, Little Qing felt that something was amiss. This was clearly an insult, but it was normal in the dream manner. "Bukong's identity is sensitive, so I've already reported this to the second master." He then looked at Little Qing. "Move him to the upper temple." Little Qing was a descendant of the upper temple. "But my master isn't here." Little Qing was troubled. The middle-aged man said, "Mr. Guanxing can return at any time. Please understand the uniqueness of this person's identity." Little Qing hesitated but then nodded. "I'll lead the way." Not long after, a group of people took Bukong to a certain location in the Outerverse. The Dream Manor's guards were forbidden from leaving, and they were not allowed to reveal any information about Bukong. They had thought that transferring Bukong would be easy, but they had been ambushed along the way. The attacker was not weak, but fortunately Second Master Meng, an imprinter, had intervened and saved Bukong. "Don't be careless. Bukong's identity has already been exposed and some people can't sit still." Second Master Meng shouted. Little Qing regretted her decision, as she should not have agreed to take Bukong to the upper temple. Bukong had joined the Neo-Human Alliance, and this would cause many people to be suspicious. Had he really come back from the dead or faked his death? What role did the people from the secret progenitor realm play in all of this? No one knew. After it was revealed that Bukong had entered the Outerverse under the alias Yang Kong, the progenitor of blood and progenitor of martial realms treated the cultivators from the secret progenitor realm differently. Some people even guessed that many from the secret progenitor realm had joined the Neo-Human Alliance. This was also why the Dream Manor was unwilling to leave Bukong behind, as they could not afford to lose him. However, her master was not in the upper temple, and the upper temple could not afford to lose him either. When she thought of this, Little Qing had no choice but to find Second Master Meng and tell him that she would transfer Bukong to another location. Before Second Master Meng could even speak, the group fainted without being able to resist. The Dream Heart Sutra? This old man is still very interested. This dream manor is not bad, hee. Lu Yin muttered to himself as he appeared in outer space. After that, Second Master Meng and the rest of the group disappeared. On the beach in the Daoist sect ruins, Maiden stared in shock at the immovable heavenly king elephant that had appeared behind Lu Yin. How long had it been? He had succeeded. It had only been a few days. She had never heard of anyone in the Lu family's history who had been able to cultivate the immovable heavenly king elephant so quickly. Although it was a branch of the Lu family's visualization power, even the frozen Immortal sect and other powers did not possess it. How could such a power system be so easy to cultivate? Successfully cultivating it was one thing, but being able to display the power of the visualization was another. Next, she would have to teach Lu Yin how to display the power of the visualization. At that moment, a surging power came from the horizon and rapidly burned the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. Found you. You're the one who caused trouble in the Daoist sect ruins. Maiden's expression changed. An imprinter. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked into the distance. This was not an ordinary imprinter, as this power level even surpassed Zhou Xian's. Even if this imprinter's power level did not reach 700,000, it was close. With the addition of his imprint, this imprinter might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou. The newcomer was an old man who wore a fiery red robe that was covered in raging flames. The flames continuously transformed into a malevolent beast that occupied the void. It burned the entire void and pressured Lu Yin with its might. Who are you? Lu Yin had asked the 6th mainland's cultivators within the Daoist sect ruins to spread the news, but he had not mentioned his name. The only person who knew that he was Lu Yin was the imprinter at the Futon Plaza, but it seemed like that person was afraid of death and had not said anything. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he watched the flaming beast burn the void. You're just in time to practice. He did not move at all, and the void flaming beast was struck by an invisible force, but it did not shatter. Chapter 1842. The old man sneered and raised a hand. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly retreated a few steps. His face paled as he stared at Lu Yin. The power of spiritual force? Lu Yin was shocked as the clear sky palm had not been effective. Although this old man's power level did not completely surpass Zhou Xian's, and he definitely did not have as many life-saving techniques as Zhou Xian, his many years of accumulation had given him no obvious weaknesses, be it spiritual force or physical body. You're Lu Yin, the old man barked. You're the only enlighter in the universe who can force me back. I never thought that it would be you. Lu Yin raised his head. Old man, cut the crap. If you want to die, then come. The old man was afraid as he did not want to fight to the death with Lu Yin. Although this person was just an enlighter, he was frighteningly difficult to deal with. He was someone who was qualified to converse with the 4 sovereigns, and who knew what life-saving techniques he had. But on the other hand, he also knew how important Lu Yin was to the 6th mainland, especially the 9 cauldrons inheritance. Should he attack or not? He's hesitating. Let's leave quickly, Exen Nu whispered. She did not want to take any risks as Lu Yin was a powerful imprinter. Lu Yin replied, he didn't just see me, he saw you as well. That's why he can't leave today. Then his eyes widened as he received Day Knight's tribute. Spiritual force enveloped the sky and instantly enveloped the old man. The old man's body was covered in flames, but it was impossible to completely isolate his spiritual force, so he fell into Day Knight's tribute. The old man looked up and saw the blood ancestor's hand coming at him. He saw the fire origin beast's bloodline within his body eating away at him, and his body was being burned. You can't even control your own bloodline. Die. No, blood ancestor. I don't want to die. Blood ancestor. The old man roared, flames erupting from his body. His body twisted and distorted, transforming into a strange flaming beast that broke free of the Day Knight's praise illusion. Day Knight's tribute was known as an invincible battle technique, but that was only applicable to those of the same level or those of a higher realm. However, Lu Yin was currently facing enemies who were far stronger than him. Even an invincible battle technique like Day Knight's tribute could not guarantee that it could completely trap his enemies. Fortunately, it was Day Knight's tribute. If it had been Daybreak, it would not have been able to pull the old man into the illusion. Even though the elder had broken through the illusion, he had still been injured by it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Lu Yin. I'll kill you. He then unleashed an imprint from his back and pressed down with both hands, causing a giant flame beast to step towards Lu Yin. The high temperatures evaporated the sea, and the star energy within Maidenhead's body was stripped away. Her body was subjected to unimaginable heat, and she felt as if she would be reduced to ashes at any moment. There was no star energy left in the void, and he could only rely on his physical strength to resist the high temperature that was enough to incinerate mountains and melt seas. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as a giant beast hoof appeared behind him. Soon after, the immovable celestial king elephant appeared, its size even larger than that of the flame beast. With the appearance of the Akalanatha heavenly king elephant, An incomparably boundless power surged into his body. Lu Yin raised his hand and struck out with a palm. It was still the clear sky palm, but this palm strike was even more terrifying than before. This was because Lu Yin's strength had increased by a lot, and this was a result of the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. He didn't need a believer to teach him how to use the power of visualization. It was as if he could use it instinctively. The clear sky palm completely pierced through the flame beast and struck the old man's chest. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. His chest had been crushed by the palm print, and a 5-fingered palm print protruded from his back. He coughed up some of his organs along with fresh blood. He couldn't believe it. How could an enlighter possess such immense strength? Lu Yin also hadn't expected the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant to increase his strength by so much. The flame beast was dispersed, and Lu Yin took a step forward to travel through the astral source universe. The old man's expression changed. He couldn't face Lu Yin head-on, so he had no choice but to flee. He didn't even think about it as he charged into the distance. Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of the old man with a long sword in hand. He slashed out with the 14th sword. It was an unavoidable strike, and another sword wound appeared on the old man's chest. He glared at Lu Yin. You sent someone to send a message after leaving the Daoist sect's ruins, but they were all detained by us. Lu Yin's expression changed. What did you say? The old man panted heavily. What do you think my 6th mainland is? That we can be manipulated by you? The first thing they did after leaving was to report to their elders. We've already sent out a message to the entire 6th mainland that they are not to contact you, and they are not to mention Xiaji's name. Lu Yin was furious. You're courting death. The old man sneered. I'm the only one who can help you right now. As long as you let me go, I'll send someone to contact you after they leave. Otherwise you're finished. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he fell into deep thought. The old man relaxed. I can swear an oath. You should be aware of the significance of oaths to cultivators like us. At your level, you should be even more aware of the importance of cultivating one's mental state, and there cannot be any flaws in it. I can swear that I'll send someone to do as you say after they leave, but you have to let me go first. The sword formed from star energy vanished from Lu Yin's hand. He naturally understood the importance of cultivating one's mental state. The reason why he had spoken with Elder Chan and confirmed that the Lu family had not actually abandoned the 5th mainland and that they were actually helping the 5th mainland resist the Eternals was to make up for his own mental state. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more important it was to cultivate one's mental state. If the old man could swear an oath according to Lu Yin's words, then it would indeed work, and Lu Yin could also think of other ways to force the old man to comply. When he saw the sword in Lu Yin's hand vanish, the old man finally relaxed. My life or death is meaningless to you, but if you let me go, you can accomplish what you came here to do. Lu Yin was helpless. Swear it. The old man's face twitched. Once he swore an oath, he had to follow it. Otherwise, there would be flaws in his mental state. Those with lower cultivation realms might not have cared, but at his level he cared a lot. Everything he had said before had been a lie, so the oath had to be false. However, it was still better than losing his life. The old man had only managed to say 2 words when he suffered an unimaginable blow. His body was completely penetrated and his blood sprayed across the sky. It was the emptiness palm, and it had landed on the old man's palm imprint. The 2 palms collided and the old man's body was completely penetrated. The old man could not believe his eyes. Why? Lu Yin calmly replied, do you think that I'll believe what you said? Idiot. From the moment you saw me and the first thing you said, I knew that everything you said was a lie. That's because there are people in the 6th mainland who know that I'm Lu Yin but you don't. You even reported to your elders that if the people of the 6th mainland aren't afraid of death, then how can my 5th mainland resist you? The old man's eyes widened and his face turned ashen. He fell into the sea completely dead. Exen Yu came to Lu Yin's side with lingering fear. He took advantage of your fear to save his life. Even so, it's impossible for everyone in the 6th mainland to report to their elders. But who would dare to gamble? Are you really not worried? Lu Yin smiled. I'm telling the truth. There are indeed people in the 6th mainland who know that I'm Lu Yin. If they had reported to their elders, the old man's first words would not have been, who are you? Instead they would have been Lu Yin, I found you. Furthermore, the old man actually hesitated after finding out that I'm Lu Yin, which means that he's very cautious. If someone like him knew that I was Lu Yin, then he would have waited for others to surround me instead of coming here alone. Xianxia nodded. Are you really all right? Lu Yin replied, don't worry. Some people become more cautious as they age, and Xiaji is the same. He must have guessed that I would have a backup plan in the Daoist ruins. Even if no one contacted him, he wouldn't have waited for me there. How long until you leave? Xianxia asked. Lu Yin calculated. A few days. Xianxia was helpless. I'm later than you, so I can't help you. Lu Yin smiled. I already told you that I have a way to deal with these old fogies. Don't worry. Let's go somewhere else. This place will definitely attract attention. A few days later, Lu Yin left the Daoist ruins. Xianxia still wanted to remain in the sixth mainland, as she said that there might be more people from the Lu family who had awakened. Many people had been sealed within the stone during that battle, and she wanted to find her former comrades. Although he had not obtained any cauldron chi during this trip to the Daoist ruins, he had unexpectedly met Xianxia and even cultivated the immovable Heavenly King's elephant visualization. This had allowed Lu Yin's power to increase once again, and this trip had not been in vain. He only hoped that that old man Xiaji was not around and that Elder Gong and the others would be able to help him. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin appeared in the abandoned city. The moment he appeared, he looked around, but there was no one around. His eyes transformed into runes as he scanned his surroundings again, but there was still no one around. He relaxed slightly, put away his futon and stood up. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the ground and his pupils shrank. He slowly turned around, but before he could see who it was, he fainted. It was happening again. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin rubbed his head and woke up. He discovered that he was on top of a floating meteorite in outer space. The meteorite was drifting in a certain direction at a very fast speed. He rubbed his head, still in a daze. What was going on? It couldn't be Xiaji, as that old fogey had no need to hide his identity. He was definitely another absolute expert who had joined forces with Xiaji. Why had that person knocked him out? Why had he left him here? Lu Yin looked at his gadget and tried to contact Elder Gong. He unexpectedly managed to connect. Lu Yin. Elder Gong probed, his tone solemn. Lu Yin looked around. Elder Gong, it's me. Where are you? Elder Gong hurriedly asked. Lu Yin replied bitterly, I don't know. I'm on a floating meteorite. Confirm your location. I'll come find you. Lu Yin grunted. How's Xiaji? Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him. You guys. And the Sage Heavenly Master. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Please thank Senior Heavenly Master for me. Quickly confirm your location and tell us. We'll come get you, Elder Gong said. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and hung up. If a mysterious person had helped Xiaji throw him here, it could only mean one thing. That person didn't want him to know where Xiaji had taken him. Could it be one of Xiaji's clones? If it was one of Xiaji's clones, why hadn't they interrogated him about the serious art and death god's inheritance? Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master had probably found the Xia family, and Xiaji didn't want to cause any trouble. Something happened to Lu Yin, everyone would be watching him because everyone knew that he had clones. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 1843. Right now, what Lu Yin wanted to know the most was where he had been taken. Xiaji had been unwilling to let him know about that place, and it was definitely related to his clone. Lu Yin could not let him know about it either. Lu Yin recalled what he had experienced and sketched it out. He decided to perform a divination when he encountered the Starsibyl sect. Once he confirmed the location, he might be able to find out the location of one of Xiaji's clones and his identity. Lu Yin put down his gadget and looked around. He stood up and stretched his neck before leaping into the astral source universe to search for signs of life. He wanted to confirm his location. Of course, he did not need Elder Gong to pick him up as long as he did not run into any absolute powerhouses. However, there were some places that even his gadget could not pinpoint. It was raining, and Lu Yin stood on a lone island and stared blankly at the raindrops in front of him. Was this rain? Countless thin lines fell from the sky and absorbed the surrounding star energy before exploding into droplets of rain that sprinkled onto the surface of the sea. From time to time, a thin line would fall to the bottom of the sea and explode, leaving behind many floating fish corpses. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen rain like this, and it reminded him of a place. The Cosmic Sea. Only the Cosmic Sea had the strangest weather. After confirming that he was in the Cosmic Sea, Lu Yin decided to contact Big Sis and the others. Even though he was very strong, the Cosmic Sea was vast and he did not know what he would encounter. Lu Yin was confident that he could pass through it, but it would take too long. It would be better to contact Big Sis and the others and have them point out the route. Alternatively, they could directly pick him up. There was no need to trouble Elder Gong, as he also wanted to reunite with them. In the distance, a black dot appeared that grew closer and closer. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was a large warship, and there were people at the front of the ship who were resisting the strange rain. They were not weak as they were in lighters. Lu Yin put down his gadget as he did not plan on contacting Big Sis and the others for now. He could follow this warship and confirm his location. Not long after, the warship approached the lone island and stopped. Through the rune lines, Lu Yin could see that the person with the highest cultivation on the ship was only a little over 300,000 in lighters. Their realms could not compare to Lu Yin's, so they could easily control the ship. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that someone could hide their cultivation. Anyone who could wander the Cosmic Sea was not simple, and Lu Yin did not plan on appearing immediately. There's no one here. It's an isolated island. There are many isolated islands floating in Universe Ocean every year. Some of them come from the bottom of the sea and they might have many ancient things on them. Let's hurry up and see if there are any. Stop dreaming. Do you think such a good thing will happen to us? You're the one who's dreaming. Be careful that the captain doesn't get happy. Our arcane arrow team isn't any weaker than anyone else. Why can't we have a turn? Let's drink first to warm up. This damned weather. Lu Yin leaned against the stone wall and listened to their conversation. The Arcadian Arrow Crew? He recalled that the Heavenly Arrow Crew had been invited to participate in the Tournament of the Strongest. Their archery skills were not weak, and he had heard that they had even gone to the sword sect to show off their prowess. However, one of them had been defeated by him and the other by Lu Xiaoqiu, so they did not participate in the tournament. Aside from the Cosmic Sea's 4 great legions, the Arcadian Arrow Crew was one of the top legions. It was no wonder why they had an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000. This kind of strength was enough to become a commander of one of Leon's armada's subordinate legions. Nate, hurry up and use your domain to see what's on the island. We might not even know if there's an ambush, someone suggested. One of the youths nodded and released his domain. This person was Nate, who had lost to Lu Xiaoqiu in Astral 3. Ho was high-spirited, but now he was much more mature and spoke much less. Nate's domain swept across the island and extended into the distance, but it did not discover anything. After a while, the enlighter who had been standing at the bow of the ship stepped onto the island. I'm so tired. This damned weather, it was clear 2 hours ago. Vice Commander, has the commander not decided yet? Should we join Leon's armada? I heard that a few legions have already joined them, someone whispered. Everyone else looked over. The vice commander shrugged. How would I know? The commander didn't even discuss it with me. If you ask me, I think we shouldn't join them. Although our Arcadian Arrow Crew isn't strong, we still have the ability to protect ourselves in the Cosmic Sea. We won't provoke anyone, and if Leon's armada comes looking for trouble, we'll just have to pay them a tribute, someone muttered. Many agreed. It's great to be free. I want to join Leon's armada. It'll be safer. I also think that it's best to be safe. The vice commander leisurely barbecued meat as he listened to the members' discussions. At this moment, a man appeared at the bow of the ship and all the members fell silent. The commander has come out. Shoo! The man leaped down and sat down beside the vice commander. He picked up a piece of barbecued meat and started eating. What's the fuss about? Let's wait until Leon's armada comes looking for trouble. If we can't avoid them, then we'll join them. If we can't, then we'll develop freely. Commander, have you ever thought of leaving the Cosmic Sea? Someone suddenly asked, and the rest of the group became noisy. Little Jiu, what are you talking about? Leave the Cosmic Sea? This is the foundation of our Arcadian Arrow Crew. That's right, we'll never leave the Cosmic Sea. We're nothing if we leave the Cosmic Sea. The Innerverse powers are afraid of us because we control part of the route to the Neoverse. Otherwise they wouldn't care about us. The commander tossed the bone aside and wiped his mouth. Cut the crap. The decision is in my hands and it's none of your business. Let's eat your meat. The rest of the members fell silent. Lu Yin leaned against the wall and looked up at the sky. Of the 4 major squadrons in the Cosmic Sea, only the core and Leon's armada were left. The core was mysterious and very few people could talk to them. Lu Yin had investigated them, but he couldn't find any useful information. These people couldn't join the core even if they wanted to. If Leon's armada really wanted to unify the Cosmic Sea, then they would have no choice but to join. Lu Yin's figure flashed and he appeared beside the commander. He picked up a piece of barbecued meat, placed it over the fire and leisurely spun it. For a moment no one noticed him. Most of the members were either drinking or cultivating, so no one noticed him until someone exclaimed, "Lu Yin." Beside Lu Yin the commander's hair stood on end, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. When did this happen? The vice commander and the rest of the Arcadian Arrow crew stared in disbelief. Lu Yin was actually here. Lu Yin continued to spin the meat. "Sorry, I was just passing by." He looked at the commander and smiled. "I didn't scare you, did I?" "Nonsense, I thought I saw a ghost." The commander cursed inwardly but he didn't say anything. Leon's armada, the Great Eastern Alliance and Lu Yin were all on the same side, and they weren't unfamiliar with Lu Yin. This person was known for being vicious and merciless, but he was also extremely powerful. It was said that he had been able to deal with an emissary while only being an enlighter. He wasn't someone they could fight against. "Alliance leader Lu, why have you come to the Cosmic Sea?" the commander asked dryly. Many of the members retreated, trying to stay as far away from Lu Yin as possible. Lu Yin put down the meat. "I was just passing by. I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance." He turned to look at Nate. "Long time no see." Nate's eyes flickered as he didn't know how to respond. "I remember that there was another one called Silas. Where is he?" Lu Yin asked. Nate's eyes dimmed. "He's dead. He died when the 6th mainland invaded the Cosmic Sea." Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything else. It was normal to die in battle. The commander wanted to say something, but he didn't know why Lu Yin had come. "Right?" Lu Yin suddenly spoke up and looked at the commander of the Arcadian Arrow crew. "Please take me to Leon's armada. I think I'm lost." The Arcadian Arrow crew was at a loss. Lost? Lost. The commander was astonished. Lu Yin was helpless. "Yes, I'm lost. You shouldn't be too far from Leon's armada, right?" "It's very far," the commander replied. Lu Yin smiled. "That's good. I'll take this opportunity to see the scenery of the Cosmic Sea." The commander and vice commander looked at each other, not knowing how to refuse. They didn't seem to have the confidence to do so either. Not long after, the Arcadian Arrow crew set sail and headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin was very curious about the warship, as the material used to construct it wasn't simple. It was rather slippery and seawater couldn't stay on it for too long. He squeezed it hard and it shattered with a crack. "Alliance leader Lu, please be careful." The commander panicked and hurriedly called out. The rest of the Arcadian Arrow crew kept an eye on it. The warship was their capital to survive in the Cosmic Sea. Without it, the Arcadian Arrow crew would cease to exist. Lu Yin hurriedly apologized. After boarding the Arcadian Arrow crew, he no longer needed to worry about how to meet up with Leon's armada. Bored, he browsed the internet and suddenly stood up. How was this possible? There was a huge headline on the internet. "Legend reappears, Wu Tian's inheritance, who can contend?" Wu Tian's inheritance? Lu Yin hurriedly looked at it, but not long after he put down his gadget with a complicated expression. In the legends of the 5th mainland, Wu Tian had never been mentioned before. Wu Tian, the Grim Reaper and Fate were all legends among legends. Even envoys might not have heard of him, let alone ordinary people. But now the name Wu Tian had actually appeared on the internet. Lu Yin had originally thought that it was a coincidence, but after looking at it he realized that it wasn't. The Wu Tian here was the legendary Wu Tian. Within the burial garden, someone had coincidentally obtained Wu Tian's inheritance. No one knew who that person was, but the moment that person landed in the burial garden, the entire garden shook. A stone tablet condensed from the void and transformed into a stream of light that imprinted itself into that person's mind. This scene was coincidentally captured by someone else, and the moment the person saw the stone tablet, the name Wu Tian inexplicably appeared in his mind. The person who had taken the video was only a hunter, and it was impossible for him to have heard of the legend of Wu Tian. The sudden appearance of the two words was like a resonance between heaven and earth. Coupled with the scene of the person obtaining the inheritance, everyone believed that someone had obtained the legendary Wu Tian's inheritance within the burial garden. Some scholars who had researched ancient texts had also dug up the legend of Wu Tian. Although it was only a few scribbles, it still brought out the value of this ancient inheritance, which was on par with the Grim Reapers. The internet was abuzz with activity, and countless people wanted to enter the burial garden. Who knew they might even encounter the inheritance? Some people compared Wu Tian's inheritance to Lu Yin, stating that Lu Yin had obtained the legendary Grim Reaper's inheritance and become the paragon of his generation. This made some people even more determined. Chapter 1844. Lu Yin looked at the churning cosmic sea and exhaled. Perhaps Wu Tian's inheritance had truly appeared. Otherwise, how could a hunter have heard of Wu Tian's name? Even when he had become a paragon of his generation, he had never heard of Wu Tian. He had only heard of this name in the starry sky of trees. If someone really obtained the martial celestial inheritance, he didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing, a friend or foe. Aside from Wu Tian's inheritance, there were many other things that had spread on the network. The one that caught Lu Yin's attention the most was that the Wen family had suffered heavy losses. An expert had walked out of the Wen family's burial gate, severely injuring the Wen family before leaving safely. Lu Yin was not surprised, as even someone like Mr. Guanxing, who possessed the celestial imprint, had entered the burial garden, so it would not be strange for anyone else to enter. Now that Wu Tian's inheritance had been exposed, perhaps even half-ancestors would want to enter. No, even progenitors might want to enter. They were all ancestors, but they were different. The legendary ancient ancestors were definitely not something the current ancestor realm experts could compare to. A burial garden opened a dialogue with the ancient times. Like sparks, these people who obtained the inheritance would definitely shine brilliantly in the future. So what was the Neo-Human Alliance's stance on this? Would they allow such a situation to develop? Lu Yin rubbed his chin. This place is still quite far from Leon's armada. Alliance Master Lu, if you're bored you can go fishing. His name was Hai Dalu and he was the vice-captain of the Heavenly Arrow crew. Lu Yin nodded. It's indeed boring. Captain Hai, tell me about the army. Army? Alliance Master Lu is interested in them? Hai Dao was surprised. Lu Yin replied, of the 4 great regiments in the Cosmic Sea, only Leon's armada and the Corps are left, so of course I'm interested. He then stretched. Perhaps in the future, Leon's armada will be able to unify the Cosmic Sea. That would be great, right? Hai Dao didn't know how to answer, okay? Of course this was good for Leon's armada, Lu Yin and the Great Eastern Alliance. However, it was not good for the other squadrons that lived in the cracks. Armies are mysterious and even we don't know as much about them as the outside world. Universe ocean is vast, and when the 4 main battle groups were around, each battle group had a fixed area of activity, and they knew that area the best. Following the disappearance of the Immortal battle group and the Nightmare battle group, Leon's battle group's area of activity expanded, but the army still hasn't left its former area of activity. It's very strange, the army never takes the initiative to provoke others, but when others provoke the army they do not have a good ending. Hai Dao said. He quietly listened to Hai Dalu's words and stared off into the distance, deep in thought. During the Sovereign Tournament, the army had also sent someone with a very strange name, 007. Although that person wasn't very strong, his willpower had been very firm, which had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Since it's called an army, are they all soldiers? If we are lucky, maybe we can even see an army. Hai Dao said. Lu Yin was surprised. You can see an army? What do you mean? Hai Dalu turned on his gadget and a map of cosmic ocean appeared. We're actually not too far away from the army. If we want to find Leon's armada, we'll have to go around the army's area. The army roams this area all year round, so if we're lucky we'll run into them. Lu Yin looked at the map. Why don't we just go straight through? It saves time and effort. Hai Dalu laughed bitterly. The army has a rule: the areas that they operate in do not allow any outsiders to enter. Violators will be killed. For that, the army had fought with the Mastiff Regiment and Lei Yin's Grand Army, and destroyed a few small groups. We don't dare. What's the army's strength like? Alliance Master Lu, we really don't know. You can ask Haizij Lei Yin. Lei Yin's armada fought with the army once, so they should know better. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If this army could still maintain its status after fighting with Lei Yin's armada, then it was definitely not weak. At the very least, it had an expert who could match up to Heizage Lei Yin. Lu Yin couldn't deal with such an expert. Perhaps Hai Dalu was worried that Lu Yin would force them to cross the army's area, but he quickly said, "Alliance Master Lu, the army is very sensitive. Anyone who crosses that area will be discovered without any luck." "Don't worry, I won't force you." Hai Dalu sighed in relief. "Your Arcadian arrow crew is in this area because you're worried about running into Lei Yin's armada, right?" Hai Dalu's expression changed and he nodded helplessly. "We won't run into them if we can. The strong preys on the weak, so we can only avoid them." Lu Yin didn't say anything else. After unifying the Innerverse, his next target was the Neoverse. Lei Yin's armada was enough for the cosmic ocean, and he wasn't interested in what they would do. The weather changed once again and purple lightning filled the sky. The Arcadian arrow crew hid in their cabins and looked up at the sky in fear. "Alliance Master Lu, it's best if you come in and hide. That purple lightning is very powerful," the captain said. His name was Da and everyone else called him Captain Da. Lu Yin didn't refuse and entered the cabin. He looked up at the purple lightning in the sky and his eyes turned into runes. The purple lightning filled the sky and it was filled with rune lines. However, it wasn't very powerful and it only had a power level of around 400,000 enlighters. It was already an unstoppable force for the Arcadian arrow crew. There was a boom as the purple lightning exploded on the surface of the sea. Electricity spread through the water and swept past the Arcadian arrow crew. Many people trembled and their eyes grew even more fearful. However, most of them remained calm as they had experienced even more terrifying weather events. Lu Yin didn't move as he looked into the distance. While he was looking at the rune lines in the sky, he inadvertently saw a boundless number of rune lines in the distance that was getting closer and closer. Soon he saw a giant, ancient warship approaching. It looked like a ship from the underworld and it was completely black. Its hull was covered in scars from battle and dried blood. When the warship got closer, the austere aura that it emitted was even more chilling than the purple lightning. Captain, it's an army. It's an army." Someone shouted in fear. Da barked, "What are you panicking for? Shut up." Many members of the Arcadian arrow crew watched the giant warship slowly approach under the dark, purple lightning. They felt as if they were being devoured by evil spirits, and many of them turned pale as their eyes flickered. Hai Dalu stared at the approaching warship and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood up and walked out of the cabin to stare at the approaching warship. The army's warship was hundreds of times larger than the Arcadian arrow crew's, and it was almost as large as a continent. In the sky, purple lightning suddenly crashed down, illuminating the deck of the army's warship. A group of cultivators with cold expressions stood on the deck with weapons in their hands as they looked at Lu Yin. There were probably thousands of them and they didn't even try to dodge the purple lightning. The lightning continued to strike and a terrifying austere aura emanated from it. There was a thump as the weapons of thousands of cultivators smashed down in unison. There was only one sound and all of them sounded out at the same time, shaking the surface of the sea. Many of the Arcadian arrow crew members felt their hearts skip a beat. They didn't even dare to look at the scene. Lu Yin watched with interest as the army drew closer and closer. Eventually, the two warships brushed past each other. Lu Yin of the Great Eastern Alliance requests an audience with the commander of the army, Lu Yin said, his voice materializing into a sound wave that swept through the army. The army was silent as they gradually left, ignoring him. Lu Yin raised a brow. As the army left, the weather suddenly changed for the better and the sky became clear. The purple lightning from earlier seemed to have never appeared, and colorful fish swam across the surface of the sea in beautiful lines. Lu Yin looked into the distance, but the giant warship had already disappeared. After the army left, the members of the Arcadian arrow crew heaved a sigh of relief. De hurriedly came out to look at the surface of the sea. Luckily they didn't touch that area, or we would have been done for. He looked up and saw that Lu Yin was still looking into the distance. Afraid that Lu Yin would do something, De hurriedly said, "Alliance Master Lu, this is how the army is. No one ever visits them and they don't interact with the outside world." "Then how do they recruit people?" Lu Yin was curious. The few thousand people on the deck didn't have high cultivations, so they couldn't have survived for too long. They couldn't have been sealed in stone like Maiden, right? They didn't know either, so he simply said, "If Alliance Master Lu wants to visit the army, why don't you meet up with Heizage Leon first? He should be more familiar with the army." Several days had passed since he had encountered the army, and Lu Yin had seen the weather in the cosmic sea. It changed too quickly and he was caught off guard. Some of the weather didn't come from above but from the bottom of the sea. Once he saw a mountain rise from the bottom of the sea before exploding and shattering. This was also a type of weather phenomenon. "We're not too far away from Leon's armada," Hai Dalu said. He had become much more familiar with Lu Yin over the past few days. They didn't want to interact with Lu Yin, and the rest of the crew didn't dare to approach Lu Yin either. Where's the island?" Hai Dalu was startled and he frowned as he looked into the distance. Lu Yin asked, "What island?" Hai Dalu replied, "There used to be an island here called Ji Island. Where did it go?" He then hurriedly went to find Da. Their original plan was to replenish their supplies on Ji Island. It should have sunk. Change direction and head to the nearby Kualian Island to replenish, Da ordered, and the warship immediately changed direction. Lu Yin looked at the bottom of the sea and saw more than one person. It's normal for an island in the cosmic sea to sink. Based on the size of the island, some people will dive to the bottom to search for treasures. Hai Dalu's eyes lit up as he looked at the bottom of the sea. "We used to like to dive to search for treasures, but there were too few of them, so we stopped after a while." Not long after the warship left, an intense battle could be heard from the direction where the island had sunk. Hai Dalu was shocked. "Seems like there's something good." Lu Yin looked over and saw several cultivators fighting on the surface of the sea. They seemed to be fighting over something. Suddenly his expression changed and he disappeared. Hai Dalu's expression changed and he stared into the distance. What could possibly interest Lu Yin? Several figures were fighting on the surface of the sea, and one of them was holding on to something and fleeing into the distance. Another was covering the rear, but he was surrounded by several cultivators. "Hand it over, or you won't be able to keep it. It belongs to whoever finds it. You're robbing it in broad daylight. It's a pirate act." Chapter 1845. So what? Leon's armada is full of pirates. Hand it over. A few cultivators chased after the fleeing man and easily caught him before slashing at him with their blades. The man's face went pale. "Don't kill me. I'll give it to you." Too late. The blade slashed down without hesitation, and with a clang the blade suddenly broke. The broken hilt barely grazed the man's neck, and if it had been any closer the man would have been killed. The attacker was shocked and he looked around. Who's meddling in other people's business? Lu Yin walked out of the void and lightly tapped his foot, causing a gale to sweep out. The cultivators around him were all sent flying by an unstoppable force. Fortunately, Lu Yin had not been too harsh or they would have been dead by now. Anyone who could survive in the cosmic sea was not a simple character, and these people could easily determine Lu Yin's strength through his attacks. They did not dare to say anything else and immediately fled. The man who had just escaped death panted heavily as he looked at Lu Yin and thanked him. "No need to thank me. Take the item in your hand as a gift," Lu Yin said. The man hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. "It's yours." Not too far away, the cultivator who was clearly with the man was unwilling to accept this, but he did not dare to say anything. Lu Yin's strength was not something they could imagine. "I took your item, so this is your compensation." Lu Yin tossed over 100 star essence before vanishing. With a splash, the 100 star essence fell into the sea. The man was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly scooped them up. "Boss, that's a lot of star essence. It's enough for us." The cultivator nearby was pleasantly surprised when he saw the amount. The man gulped. He had originally wanted to sell that item, but in a place like the cosmic sea, selling it for a few dozen star essence would already be considered good. There was even a chance that it would be snatched away without even getting a single cent. He had not expected that person to be so generous and give him so many star essence. "Second bro, we've met a benefactor," the man said dryly. He suppressed the ecstasy in his eyes and hurriedly put the star essence away. "Let's go." "Boss, why do I feel like that person looked familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before." "I think so too. He should be a big shot." "Don't worry about it, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go and prevent those people from chasing after us." Lu Yin appeared on the Arcane Arrow cruise battleship. He opened his arms and the corners of his lips curled up in surprise. Fateson. He had never imagined that he would run into Fateson in the cosmic sea. This was truly fate. Hai Dao looked at the item in Lu Yin's hand and was shocked. Fateson? Lu Yin replied, I was lucky. Hai Dao sighed in admiration. All this time I've only heard of Fateson, but I never expected to see it in person today. Alliance Master Lu is truly blessed. Lu Yin put away the Fateson. I'm collecting this thing. If you know where I can find Fateson, tell me and you can discuss your conditions with me. Hai Dao smiled and said, if I knew, I would definitely tell Alliance Master Lu. I actually do have something that I'd like to ask Alliance Master Lu for help with. Lu Yin glanced at him. Ever since this person had boarded the ship, everyone else, including the captain, had distanced themselves from him. Only this person had approached him, and it was obvious that he had a motive. I wonder if Alliance Chief Lu still remembers Zhang Chiding? Hai Dao asked in a low voice. Lu Yin's gaze changed, and he abruptly turned to stare at Hai Dao, as if he was meeting him for the first time. You're from the Hidden Earth Society? Hai Dao nodded. I wanted to tell you from the moment I saw you, but I hesitated. That's right, I'm from the Hidden Earth Society. Lu Yin had never expected this person to be from the Hidden Earth Society. The first time he had heard about the Hidden Earth Society was from Xianxia. He knew a little about the society after that, but he didn't know much. He only knew that the society was working for Earth and for the primeval surnames. In the Starry Sky Tree he had also learned about the existence of the Hidden Earth Organization because of the fusion of 6 pips. Compared to the Fifth Mainland, the Hidden Earth Organization in the Starry Sky Tree seemed to be more powerful. He already knew the significance of the primeval surnames in the Fifth Mainland, but what about the Hidden Earth Society? What about the Primeval Surname Alliance? What did they mean? Since you're from the Hidden Earth Society, then you should ask me for the same favor as Zhang Chiding, Lu Yin said. Hai Dao sighed. It won't be long before Earth's civilization goes extinct again. He looked at Lu Yin solemnly. We're useless and can't help Earth. The only one who can help Earth is you, Alliance Master Lu. Please help Earth. Tell me everything you know about the Hidden Earth Society, Lu Yin said calmly. Hai Dao didn't hesitate and told him everything he knew. Hai Dao's knowledge of the Hidden Earth Society was the same as Xianxia and Zhang Chiding's. These people didn't know anything about the Hidden Earth Society's origins or what was on Jupiter, which disappointed Lu Yin. How many people are there in the Hidden Earth Society? Lu Yin asked. Hai Dao smiled bitterly. I know about 12 and I'm the leader. I'm not sure how many others there are. Our society doesn't have a unified management. Some go to Jupiter, some go out to explore, and some stay on Earth. If Alliance Master Lu wants to take the Hidden Earth Society for your own use, then I can only say that it's meaningless. Right, there's something you should know. I was the one who took Zhang Dingtian by Shui Susan and Saruzin away. Lu Yin was shocked. You were the one who took them away. Hai Dao nodded. When Earth's apocalypse happened, I wanted to intervene, but too many people entered the planet. Not only were there people from the Great Yu Empire, but there were also people from the Daoist clan and the Mavis family. It was simply unbelievable. I saw Alliance Master Lu turn the tide and save Earth, and I also saw Zhang Dingtian and the others leave. I followed them to the Great Yu Empire, and while you were studying in the Astral Combat Academy, I took Zhang Dingtian and the others with me. They had no future in the Great Yu Empire, and at that time, I didn't know that Alliance Master Lu would be able to reach your current position. Otherwise, there would have been no need for me to take them away. Lu Yin understood. Hai Dao was an enlighter, and it would have been easy for him to take a few people away from the Great Yu Empire. The only person who could have stopped him was Undying Yushan, but Undying Yushan had disguised himself as a hunter at the time, so he couldn't have acted. They're all good seedlings and I wanted to take them out to the universe to train. I left Zhang Dingtian on the Greyweed continent in the Starfall Sea, and I placed Bai Shui in the Outerverse. I took Susan to the Cosmic Sea and Saruzin to the Innerverse. I firmly believe that Earthlings won't fail so easily, and they'll all have their own opportunities. Because of you, Bai Shui was controlled, Susan almost died and Saruzin went missing. Only Zhang Dingtian was lucky enough to obtain Taishin Dojo's inheritance and even join Zhongshan Dojo. Hai Dao's eyes lit up. That's enough. As long as one person can climb up, that's enough. Lu Yin shook his head. His thinking was different from Haidalu's, but he couldn't say that Haidalu was wrong. Earth was the most ordinary planet, and it didn't have the ability to bring them any opportunities, nor did it have any resources. Haidalu had been able to cultivate from an ordinary person to an enlighter, and it hadn't been easy for him to roam the cosmic sea. Alliance Master Lu, you've lived on Earth for a while. If possible, please save Earth, Haidalu requested solemnly. Lu Yin was curious. You didn't tell me your identity before, but now you're telling me. What? Haidalu's eyes flashed. Because you gave that person money. Just because of that. Lu Yin was astonished. Haidalu lowered his voice. I walked from Earth to become an enlighter step by step, and the experiences I've gone through are unimaginable. I've never received much support from anyone, and it's difficult for me to experience familial love or friendship. I've met countless hypocrites and I've experienced the most desperate moments. I believe that I'm a good judge of character. Alliance Master Lu, you saved that person's life, but you're still willing to exchange star essence for fates and... Lu Yin was amused. Is that a compliment? I don't have the right to compliment you. I'm just speaking the truth. With Haidalu's identity as Earth Invisibility, the two of them had become closer. Lu Yin never treated Earth Invisibility as a threat, and Earth could be considered his second home. Actually, there were many planets in the universe that had tried their best to protect themselves the moment they became a cultivation civilization. Basically, every cultivation civilization had its own organization that hoped to unite and gain a foothold in the universe. Unfortunately, most were unable to do so. The Great Eastern Alliance was a different kind of alliance, and it was an alliance between weaves. Earth Invisibility, on the other hand, was an alliance between planets. After we pass through the inverted seashore, we'll enter Leon's Armada's territory, Haidalu said as he pointed at the strange scenery in front of them. There was not an endless sea in front of the warship, but rather two seas that seemed to be inverted. The moment a ship touched the inverted seashore, the entire ship turned upside down as well. It was a very peculiar sight. When they arrived, there were more ships around them, and there were also many small islands around. Leon's Armada controls more than half of the cosmic sea, and they protect the people, ships, and islands in those areas. Correspondingly, they also receive resources. The closer we get to the inverted seashore, the livelier it becomes. Many people come here to do business, so there's no need to worry about safety here. Leon's Armada is in charge of everything. Haidalu explained. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. It was indeed very lively, and these people were not afraid of Leon's Armada's existence. It was obvious that Leon's Armada was more popular here. After entering the inverted seashore, the Arcadian Aero Cruise warship turned upside down as well, and they soon entered an azure sea. As soon as they entered the sea, the weather suddenly changed. Red rain began to fall and the entire sea was dyed red. Nobody tried to avoid it, as this type of red rain was very common. The Arcadian Aero Cruise arrival attracted some attention, but nobody stopped them. They smoothly arrived near Leon's Armada's warship. When they arrived, Captain Dirk and the rest greeted Lu Yin and were about to leave. Lu Yin's lips curled up. There's a guest on the ship. Even if you want to leave, you should at least greet the guest. Captain Dirk and the rest were shocked. Guest? They had not sensed anything at all. Captain, behind you. Someone cried out in alarm. Captain Dirk suddenly turned around and the red rain continued to fall. However, something obstructed him from behind, and the rain slid to the side to form a human figure. Chapter 1846. Dirk's expression changed and he asked in a low voice, "May I ask who is boarding?" Under everyone's gaze, a figure gradually became clear. The Arcadian Aero crew. Do you wish to join my Leon's Armada? Dirk took a good look at this person and became extremely cautious. Spectre. It was Spectre, a member of Big Sis mercenary group. Spectre stared at Dirk. Have you not decided yet? I don't have much patience. Why don't you ask Big Sis to come out and chat with you? Beads of sweat dripped down from Captain Dirk's forehead. Although he appeared rough and unrestrained, it was actually just a disguise. He had brought Lu Yin to the ocean inversion out of fear, and now he was facing Spectre and that terrifying Big Sis. Haidalu stepped forward. Brother Spectre, we're here to escort Alliance leader Lu. Spectre did not seem to hear him and only stared at Dirk. Around them, the members of the Arcadian Aero crew had ugly expressions, as they did not know how things would develop. Did they have to join Leon's armada today? Hai Dao looked at Lu Yin for help. Lu Yin smiled. Uncle, let's forget about it for today. We'll talk about it in the future. In any case, we can't run away from the cosmic sea. Spectre retracted her gaze and looked at Lu Yin, her originally cold gaze becoming warm. It's good that you're fine. The captain was very worried about you. Sco. Spectre no longer paid attention to the Arcadian Arrow crew and stepped forward, returning to Leon's armada's warship. Lu Yin turned back and smiled at the Arcadian Arrow crew. Sorry for troubling you all. He then looked deeply at Hai Dalu. We'll meet again if we're fated. He then vanished. After Lu Yin and Spectre left, Commander Dirk heaved a sigh of relief and said, Return. He had no intention of paying Haizij Leon a visit. Haizij Leon was a tyrannical person, and if Dirk had asked to join Leon's armada, there would have been no room for him to refuse. Hai Dao's emotions were complicated. From Spectre's tone, the Arcadian Arrow crew would join Leon's armada sooner or later, but that did not matter to him. The moment he had revealed his identity to Lu Yin, he had been destined to serve Lu Yin, even if he did not care about Spectre. Earth and Lu Yin. What a coincidence. Leon's armada's warship was even larger than the Corps' warship. When Lu Yin boarded the ship, everyone looked at him with respect, along with admiration, reverence, and longing. Everyone knew of Lu Yin's identity and the glory he had created. They also knew that he was the crown prince of Leon's armada. Dong, with a loud bang, the red rain in the sky turned upside down. The sea trembled and the seawater boiled. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked in the direction of Leon's armada. At this moment the entire sea was quiet. Only the battleship had become the center of the universe. Lu Yin looked up and saw that the sound had come from Haizij Leon's tyrant blade. As the sound spread out, a formless energy swept towards Lu Yin. This was Haizij Leon's domineering aura, and it was incomparably domineering. It was not a spiritual force, domain, or battle force, but rather an invincible aura that had been formed through years of training in the Overlord / In the face of this aura, ordinary emissaries would tremble. Haizij Leon did not cultivate anything else. He had once fought Ji Chong and Annihilation on his own with the Overlord / causing Willow Leaf Flying Flower to exclaim in admiration. He had suppressed the cosmic sea and commanded the pirates. No one dared to disobey him. As this domineering aura swept out, Lu Yin stopped in his tracks, smiled, and continued forward. Dong, another thunderous boom tore through the earth, causing the hearts of those who heard it to stop and their breathing to stop. Lu Yin looked up and stomped his foot on the ground. His overlaying stacks vibrated the air, causing a similar boom to echo out, causing those who were breathing to stop. People recovered. Their faces paled as they gasped for breath. What was going on? Had Haizij Leon gone mad? Was he going to kill everyone? Even those from Leon's armada felt a lingering fear. If they had been just a little bit later, they might have died from the sudden stop of their breathing. The next moment, they looked at Lu Yin with eyes that were filled with respect, admiration, and worship. It was Lu Yin who had helped them recover and saved them. Suddenly, a giant figure charged out from the cabin and raised the tyrant blade high into the air before viciously slashing down at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his star energy transformed into a sword that slashed diagonally from bottom to top. There was a loud bang as the blade and sword collided. The void exploded in all directions from Leon's armada's warship, turning into black lines that extended outwards. The sky above and the ground below were torn apart, as if the mirror that was the world had been shattered. Every black line that tore through the void accurately avoided people and objects. Such a terrifying collision had not affected anyone in the slightest. Everyone continuously retreated as they watched in horror. No one was able to approach the battlefield as it belonged to the envoys. In Leon's armada, only the commander of the Thundersword Squadron, Lu Feng, was qualified to join, but even she might not be able to escape unscathed. Lu Yin was just an enlighter, but he actually had the strength to resist the commander? They were overthinking things, as Lu Yin naturally did not have the strength to resist Haizij Leon. This was just Haizij Leon trying to create momentum for him and establish his image in Leon's armada. In the end, their squadrons respected strength, and Leon wanted to tell everyone that Lu Yin was a powerhouse who was second only to himself. The red rain in the sky dissipated and the sky became clear once more. An exasperated voice rang out from the cabin. You almost killed me. Can't you be gentler? Do you think that just anyone can resist the tyrant blade? It was Big Sis who had spoken. As she spoke, Big Sister walked out of the cabin. This time she had transformed into a graceful beauty who was full of vulgarities. Lu Yin stared blankly at her, and for a moment he did not even know how to sheath his sword. Haizij Lian flipped his tyrant blade and knocked away Lu Yin's star energy sword before putting it away. I know what I'm doing. Big Sis angrily glared at him before looking at Lu Yin with narrowed eyes. Little Seven, are you trying to spar with Big Sis? Lu Yin was stunned, but he quickly dispersed his sword and smiled. You've become prettier again, Big Sis. Congratulations. When will you be done with it? Done my ass. Big Sis walked in front of Lu Yin and grabbed him. Have you become arrogant recently? You actually arm wrestled a half-ancestor? Lu Yin grinned. Oh, I was ambushed. Does a half-ancestor need to ambush you? I'm powerful. You really are arrogant. Oh. Are you refuting me? I wouldn't dare. On the deck, many people from Leon's armada retracted their gazes, not daring to get involved. Big Sis was the one they could not afford to provoke. Big Sis dragged Lu Yin into the cabin, where the ghost doctor, Sister Fei, Kidney, and Brother Hao were all present. Where's Captain Lu Feng? Lu Yin asked as he rubbed his head. Big Sis had been so ruthless. Haizij Lian took a swig of wine. He went to the burial grounds and wanted to take a gamble. Lu Yin gravely replied, the burial grounds aren't simple. If possible, tell him to come out quickly. We know that the burial grounds are good for those with ancient bloodlines, but it's not good for others. Even those with primeval surnames might not all have ancient bloodlines. It's a pity that Lu Feng didn't listen and insisted on taking a gamble, Sister Fei said helplessly. The captain of the Thundersword Squadron, Lu Feng, was from the Sword Sex Lu family, but he had left the Lu family due to differences in ideals. Back then, the Sword Sex Lu family had not expected that he would break through to become an emissary after leaving. By the time they found out, they were already filled with regret and wanted to summon him back. However, Lu Feng had refused, as his greatest wish was to find a sword technique that surpassed the 13 swords and embarrass the sword sect. This had become the obsession of many people, and it wasn't just Lu Feng. Even the sword sect's own people wanted to create the 14th sword, which would surpass the 13 swords. What's going on with Xiaji? Haizij Lian looked at Lu Yin and asked. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and there was an intense killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Everyone else looked at Lu Yin. Xiaji was a half-ancestor, but he had actually attacked an enlighter. It was unbelievable. Lu Yin shrugged. He wanted to obtain my technique, but I ambushed him. He then proudly added, he should be injured. Haizij Lian raised a brow. Big Sis was very unhappy and she smacked Lu Yin's head. You can injure a half-ancestor? Don't you know where you're bragging? Everyone here is smart. Lu Yin was speechless. He had indeed injured Xiaji, and not just once. The first time had been through poison and the second time had been through his blood-stained clothes, but no one would believe him. It's true that he escaped, Brother Hao said. Not just anyone can escape from a half-ancestor. In the entire universe, who dares to say that they can escape from a half-ancestor? Not even the captain can do it. Not bad, Sister Fei agreed and looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Haizij Lian rolled his eyes. One day I'll destroy that old bastard. Leon's armada's enmity with Xiaji was not small, and Big Sis mercenary group had been chased out at Xiaji's behest. During the battle in the Cosmic Sea, Xiaji had wanted to destroy Leon's armada and start a war. All of them had been Xiaji's pawns, and this had caused Haizij Lian to feel stifled. And now Lu Yin had been ambushed by Xiaji. This new grudge was still fresh, and if possible Leon's armada would not hesitate to destroy Xiaji. Then how did you end up in the Cosmic Sea? Xiaozi asked. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know. Back then Xiaji captured me and brought me to a place. I took advantage of his inattention to enter the Daoist sect's ruins to seek help, but I was ambushed when I came out. When I woke up I was already in the universe. Xiaji probably didn't want me to know where he had been captured, as that place might be related to his secret. Big Sis snorted. His secret must be his clones. That old bastard cultivates the 9 clones technique, and who knows how many clones he has hidden outside. The Xia family is really troublesome. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Someone who did not want him to know was related to his clones and was in the Neoverse. Could it be some colossus? Thinking back, there were only a few colossi in the Neoverse. Could it be that Xiaji had clones in one of them? Or did he have both? This was troublesome. While Lu Yin was deep in thought, Sister Fei and the others discussed Leon's armada. They did not hide anything as Lu Yin was one of them. Not long after, they all dispersed. Heizij Leon asked Lu Yin to stay behind. What do you plan to do with the cosmic sea? Lu Yin muttered, what should I do? Heizij Leon smiled casually. Unify the inner verse and outer verse. The next step should be the cosmic sea. Lu Yin looked at Heizij Leon. Do I need to worry about the cosmic sea? Chapter 1847. Heizij Leon met Lu Yin's gaze and after a while he grinned. Not bad, you're not being courteous with me. Good. If you were courteous with me, I would have beaten you up. You'd be a member of Leon's armada and it would be yours. Remember, we'll always be your family, so don't be courteous with us. Lu Yin nodded. I know. That's why I've never kept an eye on the cosmic sea. You still have to keep an eye on them. My Leon's armada isn't the only one in the cosmic sea. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. I almost forgot. What's with this army? I bumped into them on the way here but they ignored me. Nonsense, they don't care about anyone and just wander around. They're probably guarding something. Heizij Leon opened his gadget and pointed at the army. They beat up anyone who enters. I've heard of them. The Mastiff Corps fought with them before. It wasn't just the Mastiff Corps. The Longevity Squadron and even the Hall of Honor fought with them. We were forced out by them, but I don't know about the Hall of Honor. Perhaps they noticed something, but they didn't move and allowed the army to guard the area. Lu Yin was curious. How strong is the army? Heizij Leon's gaze trembled. They're quite powerful. Although they don't have any powerful powerhouses, they're good at joint attacks. They're like soldiers and the entire army is like veterans left behind from the battlefield. They can stop you. Of course. How else would I have been forced out by them? Heizij Leon was annoyed. Lu Yin looked at the area where the army was wandering. Were they guarding something? You'll be fine as long as you don't enter that area. The army never leaves that area. If you don't provoke them, they won't provoke you. That's the concept. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped and he looked over. It was a city? He accepted the call. Alliance Master Lu, the person you're looking for has appeared, Vice Governor Zhou Xian said. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. That old woman? Yes, she came to the Genesis Court. And then she disappeared and hasn't appeared since. Lu Yin relaxed. Wang Si had left and she had probably returned to the cosmic trees. Old White Ghost had left before her, which was good. He didn't have the ability to protect himself against a half-martial ancestor. He had originally planned to contact Kuei Luo and have that old fellow protect him. Now that Wang Si had left, there was no need to go to Kuei Luo. In fact, he had tried to contact Kuei Luo before encountering the Arcane Arrow crew, but he had been unable to reach him. He had no idea what that old man was up to. Over the next few days, Lu Yin stayed in Leon's armada to familiarize himself with the cosmic sea. During this time he also chatted with Big Sis about the matter of recommending her to become a director. However, Big Sis had rejected him without hesitation. In her own words, becoming a director would give her less freedom, and she preferred to roam the cosmic sea. On the surface, Lu Yin agreed to her request, but in reality the board of directors was still operating as usual. Aside from Big Sis, he couldn't think of any other suitable candidates. As for whether or not Big Sis was willing, he didn't even consider it. At worst, he would just be beaten up. A few days later, Leon's armada set sail and headed west to send Lu Yin to Earth's swamp. There was no more death energy left and he urgently needed to replenish it. Half a month later, Leon's armada arrived at a location not too far from Earth's swamp. Lu Yin bid farewell to Heizij Leon and Big Sis before heading towards Earth's swamp. He stayed in Leon's armada for almost a month, although he was scolded every day. Big Sis was constantly scolded and forced to drink by Heizij Leon. She was even beaten up for no reason, but it felt good as it was the feeling of being together with family. Leon's armada might seem vicious to outsiders, and Heizij Leon was the pirate king. However, to Lu Yin they were rather benevolent, and it would be better if Heizij Leon had been a little more lenient. In just a short month, Lu Yin's body was covered in countless cuts caused by the tyrant blade. Heizage Leon did not allow him to use medicine to treat them, so they could only slowly fade away. Lu Yin looked at Earth's swamp. This was already his third time here. The first time Earth's swamp had been jailbroken. The second time Earth's swamp had been attacked. Lu Yin had no idea what would happen on his third visit. As he thought about it, Lu Yin entered apologetically. The Hellmaster should know that the second Night King and Lu Huang were with him. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as the Hellmaster did know. The entire Day-Night clan had sided with the Great Eastern Alliance, and the second Night King and Lu Huang were both with the Great Eastern Alliance. When the Hellmaster found out about this, he almost wanted to go to the Innerverse and capture them. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it, as he would not be able to defeat the two of them. Lu Yin stepped into the castle, and the loud snoring caused the ground to tremble as a huge jug of wine fell to the ground. Lu Yin pushed the jug aside and looked up, but he could only see the Hellmaster's toes. Long time no see, Senior Hellmaster. The snoring continued. Lu Yin continued, I had no choice, so please forgive me. This junior has no intention of harming Earth's swamp. The snoring continued. This is wine that this junior brought from the cosmic sea. I hope you like it. The snoring continued. Lu Yin had said what he needed to say, so he turned to leave. He had only come to Earth's swamp to absorb death energy. He walked out of the castle and released his domain. Soon enough, Lu Yin saw Lord Pig. The dead pig had buried itself in the swamp in fear of seeing Lu Yin, so Lu Yin did not look for it. Instead, he went to a corner of Earth's swamp. Not long after, the death energy within Earth's swamp surged and was absorbed by Lu Yin. Within the castle, the Hellmaster stood up and rubbed his head. He looked at the corner with a strange expression. Isn't this kid afraid of eating himself to death by absorbing so much death energy? Even the Spectre clan isn't this ruthless. I hope he doesn't go down the wrong path. He then picked up a jug of wine and took a big gulp. Not bad, but it won't be that easy to resolve what happened back then with just a bit of wine. Why am I so sleepy? Is the alcohol too strong? After saying that, he fell asleep with his head back. In a corner of Earth's swamp, Lu Yin quickly absorbed the death energy. As his cultivation increased, the black and white fog at his chest also expanded, and he naturally absorbed more death energy. Lord Pig looked at the surging death chi in horror. It was too terrifying. This person was too terrifying. Lord Pig definitely couldn't meet him. He definitely couldn't. As the death energy entered his body, the black and white fog at Lu Yin's chest grew thicker and thicker. Fortunately, he had the Fates to block it. Soon the absorption was almost complete. All of Earth's swamp's death energy transformed into a tiny river that flowed into Lu Yin's body. Suddenly, he saw a face smiling at him. It was a woman's face that was as beautiful as a flower. Lu Yin suddenly lowered his head and looked at a corner of Earth's swamp. Through the swamp, he saw that face and that pair of golden eyes. Who was that? Not long after, Lu Yin went deep underground and came face to face with a woman. He had never seen this woman before. She was not bound by chains, so she was not a prisoner. Who are you? The woman smiled at Lu Yin and bowed slightly. Spectre Clan's Tong Yu. Greetings, master. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Tong Yu? Where had he heard that name before? As he looked at the woman's golden eyes, a thought flashed through his mind and he blurted out, Vice Inquisitor of the Dark Court Tong Yu. Tong Yu looked up and smiled at Lu Yin. It's Tong Yu's honor to be remembered by master. Lu Yin subconsciously took a step back and stared at her warily. He remembered this woman because she was the one who had attacked Earth's swamp. Why are you here? Tong Yu replied, Of course I'm waiting for master. Earth's swamp is filled with death energy, and if master wants to replenish it, this is the best place to do so. What are you waiting for me for? Don't call me master. I have nothing to do with your Spectre clan, Lu Yin growled. Tong Yu blinked. You're the master of death energy. How could you have nothing to do with it? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he did not refute her. In fact, he did not dare to do so. This woman had almost killed a Hellmaster, so she was absolutely invincible here. There was no benefit in going against her. To you, master, perhaps death chi is just a type of power, but to us specters it's our faith and it's the meaning of our existence. Tong Yu calmly looked at Lu Yin. Without death chi, it's like a cultivator without star energy. There's no meaning in cultivating and living. The creator of death chi is the legendary death god, and you, master, are his inheritor. So I can order you to do things, Lu Yin said directly. Tong Yu smiled. Of course. If Master has any orders, feel free to tell us. I want money, a lot of money. Lu Yin did not hold back. This woman had been waiting for him in Earth's swamp, and since he could not escape, he might as well test her. Tong Yu twirled her hair with a confused expression. Money? You want a lot? I'll think of something. You're the vice arbiter and you don't have money? Lu Yin did not believe her. Tong Yu was helpless. Master, you should be talking about star essence. Star essence is money because it's useful to cultivators and can be used to absorb star energy, but it's useless to us. Lu Yin was stumped. That made sense as star essence was meaningless to the Spectre clan. Master, I'm curious to ask, but why do you love money so much? Tong Yu was very curious. Her eyes flickered with a golden light and her fingers twirled with her hair. Her nose wrinkled from time to time and she did not seem like a powerhouse at all. Instead, she seemed like an ignorant little girl. Lu Yin became even more vigilant. The more this woman acted like this, the more she wanted him to relax. However, it seemed that no matter how vigilant he was, it was useless. She could crush him with a single finger. Everyone has their own hobbies, Lu Yin could only say. Tong Yu giggled. All right, I'll do my best to give Master more money. The more the better, right? All right, I'll find an opportunity to rob the Mavis clan. What exactly are you here for? Lu Yin asked. Tong Yu let go of her hair. Nothing much. I just wanted to meet Master and determine the extent of Master's absorption of death chi. Oh? And the results? The results were amazing. Tong Yu gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, Master, you're amazing. You're absorbing faster than anyone else. It's like you're not absorbing death chi but star energy. For the Spectre clan, isn't absorbing death chi the same as absorbing star energy? But it's still not the same as drinking water, Tong Yu muttered and rolled her eyes at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. You should leave too. He was now with a powerhouse who could take his life at any moment. More importantly, he could not tell whether this powerhouse was friend or foe, which made him feel anxious. Chapter 1848. Wait. Tong Yu shouted. She looked at Lu Yin and seriously said, Master, whether you believe it or not, you will be the master of the Spectre clan in the future. I believe it. Lu Yin was straightforward. Tong Yu blinked. You don't? I believe you, Lu Yin replied. Tong Yu paused and then stubbornly said, You don't believe it. Lu Yin was speechless. I said that I believe it. Tong Yu pursed her lips. You just don't believe it. What should I say to make you believe me? Lu Yin was helpless even though he really did not believe it. He just wanted to get rid of this woman as soon as possible. Tong Yu thought about it for a while and then she looked lost. I don't know either. In any case, I feel that you don't believe me. My mission is to convince you that the Spectre clan is willing to serve you as our master. Mission? Lu Yin was curious. Who gave you this mission? The head inquisitor. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as the title head inquisitor was too misleading. He had almost thought that Tong Yu was referring to the head inquisitor's senior brother. The head inquisitor is the leader of the Spectre clan? Lu Yin asked. Tong Yu nodded. Yes, the head inquisitor asked me to come find Master and confirm that Master must believe in our sincerity. What if I don't? Lu Yin countered. Tong Yu stubbornly replied, Then I'll follow Master until he believes me. Lu Yin probed, You won't beat me, right? Tong Yu laughed. Master, you're so humorous. You're the king of the Spectre clan, so why would you be beaten? Hee. Then what if I tell you to beat someone else? I don't know how to fight, Tong Yu said naturally. Lu Yin was about to say something but she continued, I only know how to kill. Lu Yin sighed. All right, that's it for today. If I don't go up, the Hell Overlord will become suspicious. Then I'll kill him, Tong Yu said naturally. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he stared at her. If I don't believe you, then you'll continue to follow me. Tong Yu nodded and then smiled. Master, don't worry, I won't be discovered. He didn't know if Tong Yu was telling the truth, but it would be troublesome if this woman really did follow him. He had many secrets that he couldn't afford to reveal. How strong are you? Tong Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and her golden eyes were very dignified. It's about the same as the Sixth Mainland's heavenly imprint. Lu Yin's expression changed. Only the second Night King at his peak would have been able to resist such power, but with the Spectre tribe's strangeness, even the second Night King might not be able to stop her. If he wanted to shake her off, he would either have to have a half-progenitor by his side or enter the burial garden. Could it be that he had to enter the burial garden? What is my lord thinking? Tong Yu was curious, and there was a smile in her eyes as she looked at Lu Yin. This person was no stranger to the entire universe, and she was no stranger to him as well. This was especially true during the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. That scene had left a huge impact on the Spectre race, so much so that they had forcefully suppressed their desire to approach Lu Yin as quickly as possible in order to numb the Eternals. She did not know what the head judge was thinking, but she was quite interested in this young man. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then looked at Tong Yu again. You want me to believe you? Fine, answer a few questions. Master, please speak. Tong Yu smiled. Between me and the Eternals, who will you choose? Lu Yin asked. Tong Yu was shocked. Master, your questions are so sharp and straightforward. Lu Yin stared at Tong Yu. Tong Yu thought for a moment. I personally choose you, Master. Since the head judge asked me to find you, I believe that he will choose you as well. However, there are many Spectre tribe members, and we may not be able to represent everyone's will. Just like how many humans are willing to side with the Eternals, the Spectre tribe is the same. This was a very honest answer. Lu Yin continued with his second question. Back then, the 7 sky gods wanted to kill me after the Sovereign Tournament. Were you aware of that? Tong Yu answered, yes. Is there no reaction? If I die, then the death god's inheritance that you all are speculating about might be gone as well. Lu Yin stared intently at Tong Yu. Tong Yu was helpless. So what? We don't have any powerhouses who can fight against the 7 sky gods. Master, you think too highly of the Spectre tribe. If we had a half-progenitor, then how could we have been defeated by the Shi family? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's what I'm curious about. How did the Shi family defeat the Spectre tribe? Tong Yu's expression darkened at the mention of this. It's not just the Shi family. The 7 courts and the Hall of Honor also interfered. Otherwise, how could the Shi family be a match for the Spectre tribe? This made sense. In the Cosmic Tree realm, the Shi family had already been destroyed by the Ghost Abyss, and the Ghost Abyss was also part of the Spectre tribe. Lu Yin was actually willing to believe that a portion of the Spectre tribe would acknowledge his position. Back in the Cosmic Tree realm, a powerhouse from the Ghost Abyss had sacrificed himself to help him escape. However, he did not believe that the dignified head judge and vice head judge would so easily acknowledge someone else as their master. These people had cultivated their entire lives and fought against the heavens. They had even joined the Neo-Human Alliance just to survive and improve themselves. How could they so easily hand over their futures to a stranger? What does my existence mean to the Spectre tribe? Don't talk to me about being a master or the death god's inheritance. There's no proof that the death god even exists, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Tong Yu smiled. If you're asking this question, then you should trust me a little. Right, I can answer you. Her expression was solemn as she looked at Lu Yin seriously. The death chi will be exhausted one day. The swamp of earth is shrinking, and the death chi beneath the eternal kingdom is diminishing. If the day comes when the death chi no longer exists in the universe, what will happen to the Spectre tribe? Lu Yin was flabbergasted. The death chi would disappear? He had never considered that. If the day comes when the death chi no longer exists in the universe, then the Spectre tribe will no longer have any reason to exist. Regardless of whether it's to us or the Neo-Human Alliance, we will no longer have any value. Thus the death chi cannot disappear. The Spectre tribe is only the user of death chi, and only you, my lord, are the creator. Your existence can guarantee that you will create the death chi in the future and continue the Spectre tribe. This is the purpose of my lord's existence, and it is extremely important as it concerns the survival of the Spectre tribe. Lu Yin clenched his fists. I don't know how to create death chi. But you are the person closest to creating death chi, Tong Yu said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Have you never thought of stealing my inheritance? As soon as he finished speaking, Tong Yu fell silent and lowered her head. Lu Yin took a few steps back, growing even more vigilant. He regretted asking such a sensitive question. What if this woman attacked him now? Although she was not a half-ancestor, she was not much weaker than one. To him, she was an unstoppable powerhouse. What a cheap mouth to ask such a question. Tong Yu lowered her head and laughed happily. Her entire body trembled as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Lu Yin took a few more steps back and looked on warily. Tong Yu looked up with a radiant smile on her face. Her golden pupils had disappeared and they had returned to normal. The Grim Reaper is a legendary existence. There's no evidence to prove its existence. Even the Death Aura can't prove that it was created by the Grim Reaper. Master, have you ever thought about it? If the Grim Reaper really exists, how could the traces of such a peerless expert be wiped clean? Back then, Ancestor Qin and the Talisman Ancestor left behind their legacies, and there are records of them in history. Nothing at all. Tong Yu's smile faded as she looked at Lu Yin. That is because the Death God's inheritance cannot be considered an inheritance. It is a choice made by fate and only certain people can successfully cultivate it. In terms of understanding of the Death God, my Spectre clan has the most knowledge, so we are absolutely certain that your power cannot be stolen. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he listened quietly. If it could be stolen, then do you think that my lord would have been able to cultivate in peace all these years? Even if the Neo-Human Alliance did not act against you, my Spectre clan would have. I will not deny that. If my lord's power could be stolen, then we would have done so long ago. Why wait until today? Tong Yu continued, it is because your power cannot be stolen or passed down. Even if your son wanted to, he would not be able to cultivate it. Or rather, does my lord know how he managed to cultivate it? Did Louis know? Of course he did not, and he did not know how he had cultivated it either. He had only guessed at the origin of the black and white fog in his chest. It was a combination of arcane samsara, day-night restoration technique and death chi. But how could he teach someone else? Kill someone and then use arcane samsara? If that was possible, then someone would have succeeded a long time ago. My lord should have cultivated arcane samsara, Tong Yu suddenly said, her bright eyes fixed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. How do you know? Tong Yu's lips curled up. Because arcane samsara was released by my Spectre clan. Lu Yin was stunned. Arcane samsara is the only proof of the Death God's existence. This technique is an inheritance of my Spectre clan, and it was born from death chi. In the past, my Spectre clan ancestor died after absorbing death chi, but he had a brief moment of clarity before dying. It was during that time that he left behind the arcane samsara, but before he could say anything he turned into a skeleton. Thus only my Spectre clan knows that arcane samsara comes from death chi, an inheritance from the ancient Death God. It is the Death God's imprint, Tong Yu explained. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Obtained from death chi? He thought back to the figure he had seen when he had absorbed death chi. Perhaps that figure had been the Death God. Others might not believe this, but he did. The appearance of arcane samsara excited my Spectre clan, as we thought that we could finally obtain the Death God's inheritance. However, after countless years, not a single clansman has been able to successfully cultivate it. Not a single one. Arcane samsara requires one to be reborn from the dead, and to cultivate it one must experience death. However, once you die, you truly die. Who can survive? Tong Yu's tone was sorrowful. Once upon a time, my Spectre clan was incomparably glorious, and even the lofty Daoist sect had to pay attention to us during our peak. However, because of arcane samsara, our clansmen withered away and weakened. Countless years have passed, but no one has been able to successfully cultivate it. Left with no other choice, an ancestor suggested that we spread the arcane art of life and death so that everyone could cultivate it. No matter who it was, the goal was to find someone who could successfully cultivate it. If anyone could successfully cultivate it, we could bring them back to absorb their death chi and transform them into members of our infernal clan. We firmly believe that arcane samsara is the Death God's inheritance, and after successfully cultivating it, that person would definitely be able to absorb death chi and become a member of the Spectre clan. However, too many years have passed and no one has been able to successfully cultivate it. This technique has spread far and wide, but not a single person has been able to cultivate it. Over time, even we ourselves have forgotten about this technique and we no longer have any hope of succeeding. Tong Yu looked at Lu Yin with an excited expression. Master, you are the only person who has successfully cultivated it after countless years. Chapter 1849. Lu Yin finally understood. It was no wonder that so many people knew about the arcane art of life and death. The elder from Drift Charge Planet, Brother Hui, and even the people from the Cosmic Tree knew about it. It turned out that the Spectre clan had spread the news in order to find people who could successfully cultivate it. Lu Yin also understood why the Spectre clan had confirmed that his inheritance could not be stolen, as there was no need to do so. The arcane art of life and death itself was his inheritance. Do you believe us now, Master? We have no ill intentions towards you. You are the only person who has successfully cultivated it, and you will be able to create death chi in the future. You are the foundation for the continuation of our Spectre clan, Tong Yu said. This was the main reason why she had sought Lu Yin out. She wanted him to know where his inheritance had come from and that the Spectre clan was not his enemy. Although Lu Yin was still wary of Tong Yu, he was actually starting to believe her. The arcane art of life and death could not be faked, as his death transformation was based on the arcane art of life and death. It was also true that no one had successfully cultivated the arcane art of life and death, so they could not steal it even if they wanted to. Even so, he was still wary of the Spectre clan and he would not trust them so easily. Since I'm so important to you, why didn't you help me when I was in danger? Tong Yu blinked. Because of the arcane art of life and death. Lu Yin was taken aback as this made sense. He had almost died many times because of the arcane art of life and death, but he still felt that something was off. Tong Yu sighed. Master, you have to understand us Spectre clan. On one hand, we have joined the Neo-Human Alliance and have always been under the surveillance of others. On the other hand, there are times when we don't have the ability to save you. Powerhouses often appear around you, such as a half-ancestor. However, we have also helped you when we could. For example, there were several times when the Neo-Human Alliance ordered the Dark Arbiter to eliminate you, but we did not do anything. Right. Tong Yu clapped her hands. After the Autarch tournament, we were even ordered by the Neo-Human Alliance to capture you on Xenu Star and Earth. If we could not capture you, we were to destroy those two places. We did not do anything. Lu Yin was shocked. Xenu Star and Earth? Tong Yu nodded. Those are the two places that you're more concerned about, and we didn't take any action. When the Great Eastern Alliance attacked the Day-Night clan, I sent Silver to inform you of a location with a large amount of death energy. This is a sign of the Spectre clan's sincerity. Although we can't openly help you, we've done many things for you within our capabilities. You must remember that. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He didn't know if Tong Yu was telling the truth, but if it was, then he should rejoice. With the Dark Arbiter taking action, Earth and Xenu Star would have no chance of surviving. Tong Yu patted her chest. I've said everything that needs to be said. We know that Master is most worried about the inheritance being stolen by others, and our Spectre clan is the least likely to do so. Master, you should believe us now. Lu Yin's gaze towards Tong Yu was no longer as wary as it had been in the beginning. You came looking for me today because you wanted to tell me this, right? Tong Yu nodded, feeling a little troubled. If I had taken the initiative to bring it up, Master might not have believed me. Fortunately, Master took the initiative to ask. Let me think about it. There's no need for you to follow me anymore. I believe you, Lu Yin said. Tong Yu took a step forward and leaned close to Lu Yin until she was less than 10 centimeters away from him. They were very close and a strange fragrance wafted over. It was very pleasant. Lu Yin wasn't used to it and he wanted to back away. Tong Yu stared at him for a moment before nodding. You believe me this time. All right, since that's the case. She then waved a hand, causing a chessboard to appear on the ground. Let's play chess. Lu Yin was stunned. What do you mean? Tong Yu sat down cross-legged on the ground without a care for her image. She propped up her chin with her right hand and blinked. Let's play chess. It's not time yet. What time? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Tong Yu pursed her lips and smiled. It has nothing to do with Master. I still have something to say, but it'll have to wait until after the game. Just say what you want to say. Lu Yin's tone was low. Tong Yu gestured for him to go ahead and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sternly said, I've wasted too much time here. The Hell Overlord will notice. He won't. I made him fall asleep, Tong Yu said happily. I want to spend more time with Master. Lu Yin frowned. What are you trying to say? Tong Yu gestured for him to go ahead and blinked. She then put on a pitiful expression. Master, play chess with me. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He wanted to leave, but at some point he had been surrounded by an aura of death that isolated him from the void. He knew that he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, so he helplessly sat down. I don't like being forced. You should know that. I know, but I don't dare to force Master. Master, you'll find out soon enough. Tong Yu giggled and excitedly placed down a piece. She then looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin looked at her deeply, raised his hand and placed down a piece. Not long after Lu Yin and Tong Yu started their game, Hidden Weep, who was carrying a banner on her back, suddenly exploded into a streak of light in the cemetery. The gravekeeper's eyes went wide and his expression changed. Not good. He stepped forward and arrived at the spot where Hidden Weep's body had exploded. When he saw the various source boxes taking shape, his eyes narrowed. A spatial transfer array? He didn't even think about it before pressing down with his hand. The next moment, a bronze hand appeared at the center of the source boxes and met the gravekeeper's palm. There was a loud boom and the cemetery shook. Found it, Gravekeeper. You can't protect her. A voice rang out from the spatial transfer array. It sounded like metal grinding against metal, and it was extremely unpleasant to the ears. However, it was also very deep and resounding, and it spread throughout the cemetery. Ancient God, it's you, the gravekeeper barked. Then a strange laughter rang out. Kikik, long time no see, Gravekeeper. It was the sorcerer spirit god. The gravekeeper's expression changed. 2 of the 7 sky gods. No, 3 of them. Within the spatial transfer array, a bronze corpse king, a sorcerer spirit god, and a stooped figure with messy black hair that reached his feet side. We're going to fight again. This is so troublesome. I want sleep. The gravekeeper's expression changed. Ancient God, sorcerer spirit god, undying god, you dare to enter the cemetery? You're courting death. The ancient god looked up. You're the one who will die today. As he spoke, the terrifying collision shook the burial garden. The darkness in the sky cracked open, like a black eye looking down. Everyone in the burial garden was shocked. The spatial transfer array did not disappear with the appearance of the 7 sky gods, and 2 more figures walked out. One of them became incomparably large the moment he stepped out, and the other was as beautiful as a flower with half of her face marked with progenitor Chen's symbol. They were the corpse god and the forgotten ruins god. The cemetery was a combination of continents, and surrounding these continents was a yellow ocean that everyone called the Yellow Springs. Any corpse king that entered the cemetery would be swept away by the Yellow Springs Sea, leaving nothing behind. This was also the reason why the Neo-Human Alliance could not enter the cemetery. Now that the 7 sky gods had descended, the Yellow Springs Sea was similarly sweeping through the area, but it had been scattered by the ancient god. The sorcerer spirit god and the undying god attacked the gravekeeper at the same time. At this moment, a loud and clear melody rang out from the Yellow Springs Sea. A strange palanquin swayed in the Yellow Springs Sea, and pieces of paper fluttered about. There were scarecrows in front and behind the palanquin, and they followed the Yellow Springs Sea towards the 7 sky gods. The Yellow Springs Swona, the palanquin carried by the dead, life written on paper. Scarecrows protect ancestor tomb. The 4 leaders of the undead regiment are mere ants. The sorcerer spirit god laughed strangely. The forgotten ruins god frowned. Even though they are ants themselves, they have the strength to fight against you and me under the protection of the Yellow Springs Sea. They cannot be underestimated. That's you. The sorcerer spirit god laughed strangely. The shells you are using now are too weak, so leave them to me. The gravekeeper shouted angrily. This is the cemetery, not a place where you monsters can be so presumptuous. You underestimate the Yellow Springs. As he spoke, he opened his arms and the entire Yellow Springs Sea boiled. Pillars of water shot into the sky like yellow horned dragons, heading towards the 7 sky gods. A pillar of water wrapped around the sorcerer spirit god and threw him towards a certain direction in the cemetery. Another pillar of water wrapped around the undying god and threw him towards a certain direction in the cemetery. Another pillar of water wrapped around the ancient god and threw him towards a certain direction in the cemetery. The 4th and 5th pillars of water wrapped around the corpse god and the forgotten ruins god. The corpse god's huge body was torn to pieces by the pillars of water, and the forgotten ruins god was the same. He couldn't even fight back. The sorcerer spirit god and the undying god also couldn't fight back and were thrown out by the pillars of water. Only the ancient god was able to break free. If I knew this would happen, I would have destroyed this cemetery. The ancient god shouted. You can't do it. The gravekeeper rushed towards the ancient god. In a corner of the cemetery, the sorcerer spirit god was smashed to the ground by the pillar of water. He snorted coldly. Is that all? He was about to rush back to where he had been when he suddenly realized that he was stuck in a place. His body was bound by the Yellow Springs Sea. He looked down. A cauldron? Why does it look so familiar? At this moment a shadow loomed over him. The sorcerer spirit god looked up and saw a foot stomping down on him. It's you. The sorcerer spirit god cried out. In the next moment his body was crushed. It was a man with an ordinary appearance. To be more precise, he was a wandering corpse. He didn't seem to see the sorcerer spirit god being crushed to death. He lowered his head and reformed the broken cauldron before continuing to stomp on it. In another corner, the undying god was similarly bound by the Yellow Springs Sea and smashed into the ground. This was a tea mountain. If Lu Yin had seen it, he would have recognized it as the same one that had planted people into tea leaves. The undying god had smashed into the center of the mountain and destroyed some of the tea leaves. The moment the undying god fell to the ground, the old wandering corpse on the mountain straightened his back and waved at him. The undying god's body was bound by the Yellow Springs Sea and flew towards the old wandering corpse. You look familiar. We've met before. The old wandering corpse didn't seem to know how to speak and only knew how to plant tea. The undying god was stabbed into the ground and his body began to change. I remember now, Eastern Mountain Tea King. Long time no see, old friend. You're here too? That's right, this is your tomb. What are you trying to do? Plant tea? You want to turn me into a tea tree? That won't be easy, but I'm bound by the Yellow Springs Sea and won't be able to resist for a while. Try your best. Isn't it difficult? My body has already started to change and I'll definitely be turned into a tea tree in the end. Take it slow, I won't resist. Actually, I want to sleep more. I'm tired. Alright, I'll use this body as a tea tree. It'll be an interesting experience. Not long after, the undying god's body turned into a tea tree, just like the millions of ordinary tea trees that swayed with the wind. There was also a face that seemed to be asleep. Chapter 1850. The Neo-Human Alliance had attacked the burial grounds, and the shaman spirit god and the undying god had both died. The corpse god and the forgotten ruins god had been destroyed by the Yellow Springs Sea, and only the ancient god was able to fight the mausoleum keeper. However, this was the Yellow Springs Sea, and even if the ancient god was incredibly powerful, he could not defeat the mausoleum keeper while being suppressed by the Yellow Springs Sea. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the mausoleum keeper said hoarsely as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The Yellow Springs Sea surged into the sky. The ancient god was constantly pushed back by the Yellow Springs Sea, and his body began to crack. Even his inner world could not withstand the Yellow Springs Sea's suppression. Waiting for us? Did you expect us to attack the burial grounds? The burial grounds have opened and the ancient bloodlines have entered. How could you monsters endure this? But you underestimated the burial grounds too much. Today the 7 gods will all fall. The mausoleum keeper's inner world expanded infinitely and a bell appeared. It sounded like the Neo-Human Alliance's death knell. The sound of the bell enveloped the Yellow Springs Sea and shattered the ancient god's inner world. You will die today, ancient god. Is that so? You humans are too arrogant at times and think that you can scheme against us. The Hui ancestor was like this back then and now you people are still like this. The burial grounds will be destroyed today. The ancient god was wrapped up by the Yellow Springs Sea and pressed into the depths of the sea. The mausoleum keeper's eyes flickered. The ancient god could not have escaped as this was the Yellow Springs Sea. Even if it only used a millionth of its power, it was still not something a half-ancestor could escape from. But why was the mausoleum keeper so sure that the burial grounds would be destroyed? Wait, where was Bai Wuxian? Could it be her? Just as the ancient god was being pressed into the depths of the Yellow Springs Sea, in the Innerverse, in the direction of the Starfall Sea, a disk suddenly appeared and headed towards the burial grounds. Following the disk's appearance, the Innerverse trembled and the void began to crack. It was as if a black rain had fallen upon the Innerverse. The second Night King suddenly looked up, his face deathly pale. There was an intense fear in the depths of his eyes, and he unconsciously bent down as if he could feel the pressure of the heavens. Emperor Lu was the same. The stronger one was, the more they could feel the unparalleled pressure. It was as if a new sky had replaced the previous sky, and they were worshipping the new sky. In the Ross Empire's stronghold, Wei Rong and the others watched as countless cracks descended to the planets and spaceships suffered heavy losses. However, there was nothing they could do. The heavens had changed. The heavens, the Niverse, was trembling to shake. Niverse Elder Chan and the other half-martial ancestors looked in the direction of the Innerverse in shock. This was the power of a progenitor. The disc sliced through the air and landed in the cemetery. Everyone looked up to see the disc break through the gates of the cemetery. All of the wandering corpses stopped what they were doing. At that moment, cracks appeared on the gates of the cemetery. The gravekeeper's eyes flickered as he stared at the disc, his face pale. A progenitor. There's actually a progenitor's power. Who is it? My burial garden cannot be destroyed. My inheritance cannot be severed. Which ancestor is it? Who is it? Betraying humanity? The mausoleum guardian roared, and the underworld sea swept up in an attempt to stop the disc. However, facing the power of the ancestor realm, merely the Yellow Springs Sea was unable to withstand it. Outside the black hole, the martial ancestor and blood ancestor stared at secret ancestor in shock. What are you doing? Otherman was the name of the secret ancestor. Mystery ancestor reached into the Innerverse and looked back at the martial ancestor and the blood ancestor. The humans will be defeated sooner or later. Why don't we speed up the process? This is the general trend. The martial ancestor was furious. You betrayed humanity? The blood ancestor's gaze turned cold, and he immediately attacked without wasting any words. Otherman, if you join the Eternals, you will become the ruler of humanity in the future. Nine Xiangs Shuahuanzi, you should recognize the general trend. Since ancient times, continents have been destroyed one after another. Even the Grim Reaper Wu Tian and the others have fallen, let alone the likes of you. If you join the Eternals, you will become the ruler of humanity in the future. Nonsense. He Wuxian, you will die here today. The blood ancestor retracted his hand and clawed at He Wuxian. He Wuxian sneered. You don't have a choice. The war between the 6th and 5th mainlands left you with a blood debt. The Hui ancestor schemed against the 6th mainland, causing the 6th mainland to be occupied by the Eternals. Your grudges with the 5th mainland are similar to ours. Why not join the Eternals and obtain true eternal life? Even if the person you worship doesn't have true eternal life, only the true God of our race can grant you eternal life. Scram, the martial ancestor barked. Stubborn. He Wuxian sneered. It doesn't matter. We've already achieved our goal. Is the other man not done yet? The mystery ancestor's expression sank. The Yellow Springs Sea is obstructing us. The Yellow Springs Sea continued to churn in the cemetery, trying to stop the disc from entering. However, it was futile and the disc continued to slowly advance. Once it completely entered the cemetery, the mystery ancestor would be able to replace the sky of the cemetery and destroy it. The gravekeeper roared with unwillingness. Even if I die, I will shed my last drop of blood for this graveyard. With that, he leapt towards the disc like a moth to a flame. The 4 captains rushed out together, wrapping themselves around the Yellow Springs Sea as they vowed to push the disc out. To them, the disc was a blade of death. Even the gravekeeper, a half-martial ancestor, couldn't stop it. They just wanted to delay it, even if it was just for a second. Inside the cemetery, the World Mountains chief Lan Si and the Shangqing clan were all present, as well as the experts from the 5th and 6th mainlands. On the shore of the Yellow Springs, a pair of eyes opened. Next to him, the Yellow Springs Sea rolled in reverse and a blade suddenly appeared. It was a very simple blade, and it instantly passed by the gravekeeper and slashed toward the disc. Thump. There was a loud noise and the cemetery paused. Then, under countless incredulous gazes, the disc cracked open and was finally cut apart by the blade. The blade then tore through the cemetery and headed towards the Starfall Sea. At that moment, the blade shattered the sky that had been replaced by the mystery ancestor, becoming the center of the universe and the 5th mainland. It became the object of worship for countless people. When Elder Chan and the others saw the blade appear, they couldn't believe their eyes. The blade didn't break through the void. It was simply too fast. It instantly traversed the Innerverse and arrived at the edge of the Starfall Sea, right outside the black hole, right in front of the mystery ancestor. The mystery ancestor's expression changed, and he stared blankly at the blade as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? It wasn't just him. The martial ancestor, the blood ancestor, and He Wuxian all stared at the blade in disbelief. Xia Shang's blade, the blood ancestor said in a low voice. The blade slashed towards the mystery ancestor, whose eyes narrowed. Xiaxia, you're not dead? As he spoke, his body was sent flying by the blade. The tip of the blade sank into his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that burned the void. Zhou Xian gritted his teeth, and 3 pitch-black lines overlapped in his eyes to form a star-shaped image. He slammed his palm against the blade, causing it to crack. The mystery ancestor spat out another mouthful of blood, but Zhou Xian grabbed him. Let's go. The martial ancestor wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by the blood ancestor. It's more important to guard this place. The martial ancestor was furious. You traitor, I'll kill you. No one knew what was happening. The sky of the Immerse continued to change, and as the blade shattered, everything returned to normal. However, the various gates of the burial gardens collapsed at the same time, not just those that had entered but those that had exited as well. In other words, not even the gravekeeper himself could leave the burial gardens. The burial gardens were completely sealed off, and it wasn't just the people who belonged to the burial gardens, but also those who had entered, such as the Prime Clear, Lan Si and the others. In Kunze, Lu Yin was still staring blankly at the sky. He had first seen a disc fly past, and that pressure had almost caused him to kneel down. Then a blade had slashed past, and that blade had been even more terrifying. Its unparalleled aura was unimaginable. When everything returned to normal, he lowered his head. Not even half of the game had been completed. The chess piece in Tong Yu's hand fell to the ground, and beads of sweat dripped down her forehead as she panted. The moment the disc had appeared, she had been in the same situation as the second Night King. That immense pressure had been difficult for her to resist, but she had fared better than the second Night King since she cultivated death energy. What's going on? Can you tell me now? Lu Yin asked, staring at Tong Yu. Tong Yu smiled bitterly and wiped away the sweat on her forehead. I don't know either. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You forced me to play chess with you so that you could keep me here. What's your goal? Tong Yu pointed above. It's unexpected. Lu Yin did not understand. Tong Yu helplessly explained, I don't know what's going on in the burial gardens. Before this, the 7 sky gods of the Neo-Human Alliance decided to attack the burial gardens because too many ancient inheritances had appeared. They left you here because they were worried that you would mysteriously enter the burial gardens. Lu Yin suddenly stood up and his expression changed. The 7 sky gods are attacking the burial gardens? Aren't the corpse god and the forgotten ruins god dead? How did they find their bodies so quickly? Tong Yu was astonished. Master knows a lot. You even know that they're using their bodies? Lu Yin's face twitched as he knew that he had let the cat out of the bag. What's up with that disc? Tong Yu's expression turned solemn and she said apprehensively, It should be the power of a progenitor, but I don't know either. The head judge only told me that the Neo-Human Alliance was going to attack the burial gardens and told me to keep an eye on you so that you wouldn't be affected. But how did a progenitor appear? Only the heavens know, and there's more than one progenitor. Of course, Lu Yin knew this, as that blade gave him an even more frightening feeling. If the disc was helping the Neo-Human Alliance attack the cemetery, then that blade was helping the cemetery. That blade. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Progenitor Qin. Could it be him? He would never forget that he had seen Progenitor Qin at the seaside of the burial gardens. He did not know if it was a wandering corpse, but if it wasn't, then Progenitor Qin would definitely be in the burial gardens. Anyone who dared to attack the burial gardens would be asking for trouble. At that moment his gadget beeped. Lu Yin glanced at it and saw that it was a message from Wei Rong. All of the burial gardens' gates within the Great Eastern Alliance have collapsed. Lu Yin frowned. The burial gardens' gates have collapsed. Tong Yu nodded. It looks like the Neo-Human Alliance succeeded. At that moment another message came in, followed by a continuous stream of messages. Lu Yin read through the messages one by one, and his expression gradually turned ugly. So that was what had happened. That disc was the power of the 6th mainland's progenitor of secrets. He had betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals, attacking the burial gardens. Fortunately, that blade had appeared and resolved the burial gardens' crisis. Even so, the burial gardens had been completely sealed off and no one could find them. Even the gravekeeper could not leave. Chapter 1851. Once news of secret progenitors' betrayal spread, the 6th mainland descended into chaos. The Daoist sect thoroughly investigated the people from secret progenitor territory, and Bukong's betrayal was also exposed. The Fifth Mainland did not remain idle either, as they had to immediately respond to secret progenitor's betrayal. Secret progenitor did not only represent himself, but also the Sixth Mainland's experts who had followed the imprint progenitor. This was not just a matter for the Sixth Mainland but also for the Fifth Mainland. The Board of Governors had to be convened immediately, and Lu Yin had been informed by Elder Chan to convene the Board of Governors to deal with this sudden incident. This matter involved secret progenitor, so they could not interfere. However, those who were loyal to secret progenitor in the Outerverse had to be strictly investigated. More importantly, the seven sky gods had failed to attack Burial Garden. Aside from Bai Wuxian, there were no other seven sky gods in the Neo-Human Alliance. Elder Chan had explicitly called for the Board of Governors to convene and call upon the entire Fifth Mainland to attack the Neo-Human Alliance. The Hall of Honor had long since taken control of many Neo-Human Alliance strongholds, and without the seven sky gods, Bai Wuxian alone would not be able to accomplish much. They needed to eliminate the Neo-Human Alliance as quickly as possible. There were many things that needed to be dealt with, and Lu Yin's gadget received countless messages. When he looked up, he saw that Tong Yu had disappeared. There was a lot of information, but he had been mentally prepared. From the moment he had learned that it was either Yang Kong or Bu Kong, Lu Yin had made many guesses. Although secret progenitor's betrayal was inconceivable, it was not unacceptable. Bu Kong had died, and secret progenitor's attack on the Eternal Kingdom had been nothing more than a show. Fortunately, Burial Garden had progenitor Chen's power, or else Burial Garden would have been finished, and the ancient inheritances would have been severed. Although Burial Garden had been completely sealed off, it was not impossible for it to reappear in the future. However, Lu Yin did not know which unlucky bastards were trapped in Burial Garden. He activated his gadget and several screens appeared. They were the various Board of Governors. Elder Chan had requested for the Board of Governors to convene immediately to deal with this incident, and Lu Yin did not dare to slack off. This time the Board of Governors did not have any conflicts, and they had all reached a consensus. They contacted the Sixth Mainland and sent people to participate in the defense of the horizontal black hole. At the same time, they announced the Neo-Human Alliance strongholds to be eliminated as soon as possible. The Board of Governors issued many orders as quickly as possible. At the same time in the Outerverse, the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect also reacted quickly. The three progenitors who had been hidden within the Daoist sect all moved out, and they ordered all cultivators from the secret progenitor territory to not act rashly. All cultivators from the secret imprint progenitor were to be investigated, and the entire Fifth Mainland was thrown into chaos. However, there was order amidst the chaos. In just a few short days, many of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds had been destroyed. These strongholds had originally been exposed to the Hall of Honor, but the Hall of Honor had not taken any action because they were worried about the Seven Sky Gods' revenge. Now, however, they could act without restraint. In Kunvi, Lu Yin and the Hell Overlord sat opposite each other. The Hell Overlord was incomparably huge and even its head could not be seen. Only its toes could be seen. The jug of wine beside Lu Yin was also incomparably huge, almost as big as a house. There was a loud thud as the flagon fell to the ground. The prison overseer sighed. "So you're saying that the second Night King's escape wasn't planned by you?" Lu Yin replied, "Of course not. At most I'll just take the fruits of your labor. Also, you can't blame me. I already told you that someone broke out of the prison." Just the mention of this prison master made him feel disgusted. Lu Yin had indeed told him that someone was about to break out of the prison, and he had even made it very clear who was going to break out of the prison. The prison master had no way of blaming Lu Yin, and he could only blame himself for not being able to watch over Lu Yin properly and for not being strong enough. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. The Hell Master lifted the wine jug and took a big gulp. The wine continued to drip down and each drop was huge. To Lu Yin, a single drop was enough to drown him. He pursed his lips and removed the wine droplets with his domain. "Where's the green tea? He's not coming back?" The Hell Master smashed the wine jug onto the ground. "The Spectre clan attacked Lu Yen because he told you the location of the Neo-Human Alliance's stronghold. Thanks to you, I was almost killed by that woman." Lu Yin coughed. "You can't blame me for that. It's my duty to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. The Hell Master was still depressed and he took another sip. Lu Yin was a little embarrassed. If the Hell Master knew that the Hell Master had been asleep for so long because of him, he might not be able to control himself. Then what are you doing here? There shouldn't be anything in Kuan-Zi that you're interested in. The green tea won't be coming back, the Hell Master said unhappily. Lu Yin replied, I'm here to absorb the death energy. He did not hide anything. The Hell Master was speechless. Anyone else would have been arrested for saying such a thing, but since Lu Yin had said so, there was nothing he could do. Lu Yin's ability to absorb death energy had already been reported to the Interstellar Arbitration Center, and he had already gone through the procedures. If there's nothing else, then leave. Nothing good ever happens. The Hell Master was still very unhappy. Lu Yin exchanged a few more pleasantries with the Hell Master before leaving, as he did not have time to waste in Kun. In the outside world, the Great Eastern Alliance still needed to contribute to the destruction of the Neo-Human Alliance. They had also traded with the people who had escaped from Burial Garden. In just a few short days, many of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds had been destroyed, and the 5th and 6th mainlands had acted without restraint. From Elder Chan's point of view, the 7 sky gods only had Bai Wuxian, who had never shown himself before and thus posed no threat to them. However, they had underestimated Bai Wuxian, as he was the only person in the 7 sky gods who had the Immortal list. In the Outerverse, because of Lu Yin's scheme, the 5th mainland had withdrawn from Ironblood Weave, forcing the 6th mainland to send people to guard Ironblood Weave and prevent the Outerverse from being invaded by the Astral Beast domain. But then there had been another change and Elder Autumn Frost had left. Fortunately, someone had replaced him, or else the Astral Beast domain would have invaded the Outerverse long ago. The person who had replaced Elder Autumn Frost was an imprinter named Qiu Bearded. Although he had not reached the level of a world imprinter, he was infinitely close. Qiu Bearded had relied on his fused bloodline and the imprinter's bloodline forefather, as well as the 6th mainland's original suppression of the 5th mainland. Qiu Bearded had forcefully blocked the attack of a Celestial Beast Empire Astral Beast with a power level of over 800,000. Recently, the Corpse Keeper had come to Ironblood Weave and had become one of the strongest forces stationed there. Qiu Bearded had joined forces with the Corpse Keeper to push the Astral Beast domain out of Ironblood Weave. The 6th mainland was not the 5th mainland's human domain. They had more experts and more methods, and they also suppressed the 5th mainland's cultivators. This had caused the Astral Beast domain to be unable to retaliate, and they were about to push back into the primal zone. In outer space, countless astral beasts and the 6th mainland's cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. Blood dyed the dark stars red, and countless corpses floated about as strongholds were destroyed one after another. These strongholds were important barriers that the 5th mainland relied on to defend against the astral beasts, but they were nothing in the eyes of the 6th mainland's cultivators. They wanted to invade the primal zone and become the invaders, not the other way around. The Corpse Keeper stood tall in outer space, his expression calm as he carried a corpse on his back. No one dared to approach him as this was the battlefield of the world imprinters. The Corpse Keeper was fighting against a giant praying mantis that was like an enlarged version of Zhou Xian. It was incredibly fast, and this was where Qiu Bearded had been injured. If the Corpse Keeper had not been able to deal with this giant beast, Qiu Bearded would have died. With a bang, the corpse on his back was blocked to the right by the Corpse Keeper. An invisible force slashed at the corpse and the shockwaves sliced through the void. Everything that came into contact with the shockwaves were sliced into pieces. This attack's power exceeded 800,000, and it was incredibly swift and fierce. However, it did not damage the corpse at all. The Corpse Keeper sent out an imprint and corpses suddenly appeared. One of the corpses seemed to have been hit by something, and the Corpse Keeper instantly switched places with that corpse. The Corpse Keeper sent a palm strike forward, and a black palm strike distorted the void as it slammed into a giant beast. It was the giant praying mantis astral beast. The giant beast was forced back by the palm strike and its wings cracked. Interesting. The Corpse Keeper's eyes widened and he stepped forward again, continuously switching places with the corpses that littered the starry sky. The giant beast wanted to slice through the corpses, but it found it difficult to do so. The corpses were incredibly tough and could even be compared to power vessels. Not long after, the giant beast did not appear again, and the Corpse Keeper collected the corpses that littered the starry sky. They had won this battle yet again, and it would not be long before they invaded the primal zone. Behind him, Chiu Bearded appeared, his face pale. The primal zone isn't too far away. Let's charge in. The corpse keeper coldly said, the celestial beast empire isn't easy to deal with. Otherwise, the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor would not have been so passive. The Fifth Mainland is far weaker than our Sixth Mainland, Chiu Bearded said disdainfully as he stood next to the corpse keeper. The corpse keeper frowned as he was not used to having a living person next to him. Fortunately, they were still half a meter apart. Secret progenitor has betrayed humanity. There's a Neo-Human Alliance stronghold not too far from Iron Blood Weave. Go and destroy it. Chiu Bearded replied, no problem. He then turned around and suddenly sent a palm strike towards the corpse keeper. The corpse keeper was shocked and instinctively raised his hand. Death's palm. Bang. A loud explosion shook the void, attracting the attention of many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Chiu Bearded was sent flying, and the black gas from the death's palm entered his body, causing livor mortis to appear on his skin. The corpse keeper's gaze turned cold. What are you trying to do? Chiu Bearded spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, corpse keeper, you're finished. He then dragged his heavily injured body out of Iron Blood Weave. Just as the corpse keeper was about to give chase, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. He had been poisoned. His body was rapidly aging and he hurriedly took out many corpses to guard his surroundings. He then reached into one of the corpses and connected the corpses together in an attempt to spread the poison throughout all of them. One of the corpses aged and decayed before finally turning into dust. Another corpse followed and then another. The corpse keeper gritted his teeth. Everyone in the morgue, take out your corpse treasures. More and more corpses appeared in outer space. There were at least a few thousand of them and they were still increasing. The more corpses were added, the more corpses turned into dust. At the same time, the people in the morgue continued to refine the corpses into corpse treasures. Although the process was slow, it was the only way to increase the number of corpse treasures they had. In the blink of an eye, thousands of corpse treasures had turned into dust. The corpse keeper's hair had turned white and his eyes were filled with madness. What kind of poison could be so terrifying? Even I can't transfer it? The morgue was refining corpses and the corpse treasures were like an extension of their bodies. It was common knowledge in the Sixth Mainland that no one should poison the people in the morgue as it would be useless. No matter how terrifying the poison was, it would still be transferred out. The corpse treasures were their bodies and they could easily transfer the poison away, not to mention the corpse keeper, an expert who was infinitely close to becoming a cosmic imprinter. Chapter 1852. Even though the corpse keeper was proficient in detoxification, Curlybeard's poison was still very difficult for him to resist. Not only had he used up all of his corpse treasures, but he had also used up the corpse treasures of the cultivators in the morgue. These corpse treasures were equivalent to the battle techniques of the cultivators in the morgue, and without them their strength rapidly declined. Finally, when all of his corpse treasures were used up, the corpse keeper barely managed to control the poison. He had to immediately return to the morgue and use the corpse treasures there to disperse the poison. He left Iron Blood Weave without hesitation, as even if he stayed he would not be able to defend against the Astral Beast Domain's attack with his broken body. As he left, he contacted the Daoist sect and requested for them to send more experts to defend Iron Blood Weave. He also reported the incident with Curly Beard. The corpse keeper's departure caused Iron Blood Weave's defenses to crumble, and the mantis beast easily slaughtered countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. This caused countless astral beasts to rush out of Iron Blood Weave as if they had broken through a seal and were rushing towards the eastern weaves of the outerverse. Lu Yin, who was heading towards the blazing mist flow zone, was the first to receive the news. What? Iron Blood Weave has been defeated? Lu Yin was shocked and his expression turned ugly. Shui Chuanxiao's voice was low. According to the reports, Curly Beard, who was jointly guarding Iron Blood Weave with the corpse keeper, suddenly attacked the corpse keeper and poisoned him. The corpse keeper then fled to the morgue and abandoned Iron Blood Weave, resulting in the deaths of all the cultivators in Iron Blood Weave. Not a single one managed to escape. The astral beasts have already rushed out of Iron Blood Weave and entered the asteroid belt in Eastleigh Weave. Their next target will be North Castle Weave, Grand Top Weave and Grandwoods Weave. Frostwave Weave was next and Lu Yin's expression turned even uglier. Frostwave Weave was his bottom line and he could not allow anything to happen to it. When he thought of this, he ended the call and immediately contacted the Celestial Beast Empire. Previously, he had only managed to evacuate Ironblood Weave and notify the Celestial Beast Empire through the help of the Board of Directors. Only the Board of Directors had a way to directly contact the Celestial Beast Empire's upper echelons, and no one else could be contacted. But now Lu Yin was a board member, so he could easily contact them. He had contacted a Void Thunder Beast named Su Qing, the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire. Its status was equivalent to Shui Chuanxiao's status in the human domain, but it was much more terrifying than Shui Chuanxiao's. After all, the Astral Beast domain respected the strong. According to the records of the Board of Governors, Su Qing's combat power was no less than 1,000,000. When Lu Yin had contacted Su Qing, he had merely sent him a message. Lu Yin had not spoken to him, and the one who had sent the message was the Board of Directors, not a single person. Now Lu Yin was facing Su Qing. "Commander Void Qing, I am Lu Yin." Lu Yin looked at the man on the screen and spoke in a low voice. He was clearly a Void Thunder Beast, but he had always appeared in human form. He often said that he didn't understand humans. The Astral Beast domain had the Celestial Devourers list, which recorded all the humans they cared about and wanted to kill. The humans also had a similar list, and Su Qing was one of the top few. The man that Su Qing had transformed into had a dignified expression, and his gaze was deep. He gave off a similar feeling to Shui Chuanxiao, which made Lu Yin wonder if this guy had used Shui Chuanxiao as a template to transform. "So it's the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master. I've heard a lot about you." "I've heard a lot about you as well, Commander Void Qing," Lu Yin said, but his tone was not too serious. Su Qing looked at Lu Yin with interest. "Actually, this isn't the first time we've dealt with each other. You were the one who relinquished Ironblood Weave and told me about it back then, Alliance Master Lu." "I can't hide anything from you, Commander Void Qing." "That's right, I was the one who relinquished Ironblood Weave and told you about it." Lu Yin did not try to hide anything. Su Qing sneered. "What a brilliant scheme. You want my Astral Beast domain to go to war with the Sixth Mainland? Even if I announce your intentions to the entire Astral Beast domain, it would be useless. Conquering Ironblood Weave has become the obsession of many Astral Beasts. You've forcefully pushed my Astral Beast domain to the opposite side of the Sixth Mainland, making it the only battlefield in peacetime." Lu Yin shrugged. "You can't blame me for that. The Sixth Mainland has taken over the Outerverse, and Ironblood Weave is also part of the Outerverse. Naturally, they'll have to give it to the Sixth Mainland. Do they expect my Fifth Mainland to defend them? Besides, the Sixth Mainland has always been the Fifth Mainland's enemy, and the Astral Beast domain is also part of the Fifth Mainland. Commander, you haven't forgotten about the war from more than a decade ago, right? The Sixth Mainland invaded the Astral Beast domain and caused you to suffer heavy losses." Su Qing nodded. "That's right. That's why withdrawing from Ironblood Weave is a matter of official business. We don't owe you any favors, Alliance Master Lu." Lu Yin's expression changed slightly as he had actually been tricked. As expected of the Astral Beast domain's commander, Su Qing must have guessed why Lu Yin had contacted him, which was why he had rejected Lu Yin's request in advance. Relinquishing Ironblood Weave is indeed a matter of official business, but informing you in advance is not a matter of official business. Su Qing smiled. "You're just causing the Astral Beast domain and the Sixth Mainland to engage in a bloody war earlier. Because of that, we also promised Alliance Master Lu that we wouldn't attack the commoners, so we don't owe each other anything. It's the same now. Your Astral Beast domain has already fought its way out of Ironblood Weave, so please continue to refrain from attacking the commoners," Lu Yin said. This was the main reason why he had contacted Su Qing. Now that Ironblood Weave had been breached, countless Astral Beasts had entered the asteroid belt and Eastly Weave. Next, North Castle Weave, Grand Top Weave, Greatwoods Weave, and even Frostwave Weave would not be able to escape. If the Astral Beast domain attacked the commoners, then the slaughter would be incomparably terrifying. Su Qing looked deeply at Lu Yin and then shook his head with a smile. "Alliance Master Lu, I did promise you that we wouldn't attack the commoners, but so much time has passed. This time, breaking through Ironblood Weave has nothing to do with you. We were the ones who defeated the Sixth Mainland and wiped them out. That's how we managed to break through Ironblood Weave's defenses. You can't possibly think that this transaction will last forever, right?" Lu Yin's face sank. If I hadn't notified you back then, not only would the Sixth Mainland have been able to defend Ironblood Weave, but with Ancestor Autumn Frost and the Corpse Keeper's strength, they would have even slaughtered the entire Primal Zone. Your losses would have been even greater. Su Qing smiled. It doesn't matter. Since we've entered the Primal Zone, we should have been prepared to die. Wasn't Ironblood Weave the same? Every cultivator in Ironblood Weave was prepared to die. If they were afraid of dying, then they wouldn't have entered the battlefield. It looks like Alliance Master Lu doesn't understand the concept of a battle to the death. A battle to the death is a battle that starts with death. All of the participants consider themselves dead, not living. Lu Yin sternly retorted. I'm talking about losses, not the will to fight. The Primal Zone has been slaughtered, so what will your Astral Beast domain use to invade Ironblood Weave? Su Qing did not seem to mind. Then we'll push forward step by step. I, the Imperial Tutor, and even the Yao Emperor will enter the battlefield and take back the Primal Zone step by step. That's what war is. If Alliance Master Lu is so worried about the safety of the commoners, then why didn't you make preparations earlier? Do you really think that my Astral Beast domain will never be able to break through the Primal Zone? At this point, Su Qing's expression turned cold. That's an insult to the entire Astral Beast domain. In our eyes, Ironblood Weave and the surrounding weaves are all battlefields. You humans think too highly of yourselves. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and a cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Su Qing and Lu Yin stared at each other for a moment, and then he suddenly changed the topic and softened his tone. But it's not like I can't agree to your request as long as you agree to one of my conditions. Lu Yin growled, Speak. Su Qing met Lu Yin's icy gaze and slowly said, I want the power that you used in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. The power of the Grim Reaper? Lu Yin raised his brows. There were quite a few people in the universe who had their eyes on him, and there were even some from the Astral Beast domain. However, this was to be expected. At the end of the Sovereign Tournament, the Prime Clear One's 3 Yang ancestral chi had been unsolvable, and he had tried to challenge everyone to break through. Even the Martial Ancestor had been forced out, but who would have thought that he would be defeated by Lu Yin's Grim Reaper transformation? Everyone coveted the power of the Grim Reaper transformation, regardless of whether they had heard of the Grim Reaper's inheritance or not. How about it, Alliance Leader Lu? Let's see if those commoners are worth more than a cultivation technique. Su Qing was pleased with himself as if victory was already in his grasp. Lu Yin's fingers twitched. What if I say no? Su Qing sneered. Then I can't guarantee what will happen to your outerverse. Beasts have their instincts, and I hope that you'll be able to bear the consequences. He then hung up. From the moment that the corpse guards had left Ironblood Weave, they had taken the initiative, and the humans had no choice but to compromise. Actually, the outerverse currently belonged to the Sixth Mainland and Lu Yin could ignore it. However, that was where the Great Eastern Alliance had originated and Frostwave Weave was there. Frostwave Weave still belonged to him and it was not the Sixth Mainland. Frostwave Weave had Xenustar and Earth. Once those astral beasts started slaughtering without restraint, Earth would be finished and everyone would die. This was something that Lu Yin could not accept. Lu Yin did not care about the Sixth Mainland's reaction, as he only wanted to protect Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin immediately contacted Xin Jiao and the other directors and asked them to negotiate with the Sixth Mainland to see how they planned to repel the Astral Beast domain. However, the response he received was that they would not act for the time being. The Sixth Mainland did not care about the lives of the people in the eastern weaves of the Outerverse. To them, the secret progenitor territory and the Neo-Human Alliance were more important. Everything else could wait. At that moment, Lu Yin's gadget rang again. It was Elder Lohar. Lu Yin accepted the call, and Elder Lohar's haggard face appeared on his screen. Alliance leader Lu Ironblood Weave has been breached. I know, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Elder Lohar's gaze was gloomy. I've already contacted Jie Shan, but... He paused. Jie Shan's answer is that the Outerverse belongs to the Sixth Mainland and has nothing to do with our Fifth Mainland. As for the Sixth Mainland, will they care? Will they care? Lu Yin was not surprised. Does the Outerverse really have nothing to do with us? Although Elder Lohar's voice was soft, he was howling with a crazed look in his eyes. So many people have protected Ironblood Weave for generations. That is our obsession, our line of defense, and it has nothing to do with our standpoint. The name Iron Blood Weave has been branded into the memories of countless people for generations to come, and we do not wish for it to be breached. Alliance Leader Lu, can you understand how we feel? Iron Blood Weave is not a place to us. It is alive and it is weeping. Countless ancestors are buried there and their heroic spirits are weeping. Chapter 1853. Lu Yin's eyes trembled when he heard Elder Lohar's words, as he did not understand how the old man felt. To him, Iron Blood Weave was just a line of defense, which was why he could easily order Elder Lohar and the others to withdraw. The only reason he had negotiated with Su Qing was because he cared about Frostwave Weave, not Iron Blood Weave. Perhaps to Elder Lohar and the others, Iron Blood Weave was their home, and it was their final destination. Elder Lohar could not say these words to outsiders as they would not be able to understand. A weave that belonged to the Sixth Mainland should have nothing to do with them. They had already withdrawn from the mortal arena, so why should they care? Even the Sixth Mainland could not understand. This was a belief that belonged to the people who had guarded Iron Blood Weave for generations, and it was a belief that was branded into their souls. Just as Elder Lohar had said, Iron Blood Weave was alive and it was crying. What do you want me to do? Lu Yin asked. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin. You're a director. Lu Yin shook his head. It's useless. Something huge has happened in the Fifth Mainland, and the Hall of Honor and the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect are all focused on it. Compared to Iron Blood Weave, it's insignificant. Elder Lohar was stunned, but then he smiled bitterly. That's right, insignificant. Lu Yin was not only referring to Iron Blood Weave but also to them. The most powerful person among them was only an enlighter, so what did they count for in this vast universe? They were just ants. In an instant, Elder Lohar aged 10 years. No one could understand them. Sorry to disturb you, Alliance Master Lu. Elder Lohar's tone was calm, but his heart was like dead ashes. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. It might be insignificant to them, but it's different to me. Regardless of whether it's Iron Blood Weave or the entire Outerverse, they used to belong to me and they will belong to me in the future. Thus, I will not allow anyone to destroy them. Elder Lohar had originally planned to turn off his screen, but when he heard Lu Yin's words he became excited. Alliance Master Lu, what did you say? Lu Yin replied, gather all of your people and gather in Frostwave Weave. Even if the Hall of Honor and the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect don't care, my Great Eastern Alliance will care. I'll take on this battle. Elder Lohar was excited and his expression was one of ecstasy. Yes, Alliance Master. Lu Yin immediately ended the call and contacted Shui Chuanxiao. Immediately mobilized the giant core Lu Xian's army, and the Heavenly Sin Corps to gather in the Outerverse Frostwave Weave. Immediately mobilized the 2nd, 3rd and 4th Allied armies to gather in Frostwave Weave and prepare for war against the Astral Beast domain. Shui Chuanxiao's eyes brightened. Yes, Alliance Master. This form of address contained an unprecedented amount of respect. Not just anyone would have the courage to make an enemy out of such a large astral domain. At this point, the Hall of Honor could not possibly manage the Outerverse, as that was the Sixth Mainland's territory. The Sixth Mainland would take care of the Outerverse, but it would not be so fast or so seriously. It was not realistic to rely on the Great Eastern Alliance to resist the Astral Beast domain, but Lu Yin had still done so. Shui Chuanxiao had joined the Great Eastern Alliance to repay Lu Yin's kindness, but now he realized that he had made the right choice. So what if the Outerverse was given to the Sixth Mainland? Could the people of the Outerverse be ignored? If those people had a choice, they would not have been willing to accept the rule of the Sixth Mainland. The Fifth Mainland could not protect them, so they had been sent to the Sixth Mainland. Now that they were in danger and the Sixth Mainland could not protect them, they had to protect them. These people were still their people. They were still alive. Their lives had nothing to do with value. Life was life, so what was the point of cultivation? Was it really for the sake of immortality? If he gave up on those people, it would be equivalent to giving up on his bottom line as a human. What was the point of immortality? He might as well join the Eternals. The moment Su Qing had rejected the deal, Lu Yin had already made up his mind. He could only accept this war. He could not give up the lives of countless people. The Hall of Honor did not care about those people, and neither did the Sixth Mainland, but he did. After contacting Shui Chuanxiao, Lu Yin contacted the Sea King Lu Qianjue and the others. Lu Qianjue and the others naturally did not want to get involved in the Outerverse affairs. It was fine as long as the astral beast domain did not invade the innerverse. However, under Lu Yin's coercion, they had no choice but to head to the outerverse and participate in the war against the astral beast domain. Even though Lu Yin was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, he could not force Lu Qianjue and the other emissaries to listen to him. He had also paid a considerable price for them to head to the outerverse. His gadget continuously rang. There were calls from within the Great Eastern Alliance, from outside and from strangers. Lu Yin did not want to answer most of the calls, but there were some that he had to answer. Alliance Master Lu, what is the Great Eastern Alliance planning? Xianxia asked. She was a director, so Lu Yin had to answer her calls. Lu Yin replied, prepare for war against the astral beast domain. He did not hide this fact. The Great Eastern Alliance had always been under surveillance and anyone would know if they were mobilized. Besides, Lu Qianjue and the others' movements could not be hidden from the Hall of Honor. Xianxiao asked, the Great Eastern Alliance wants to fight against the astral beast domain? Alliance Master Lu, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. The outerverse belongs to the Sixth Mainland and the Sixth Mainland will take care of itself. If the Great Eastern Alliance interferes, then this war might end up in your hands and your losses will be great. Lu Yin understood this logic, but he did not dare to take the risk. The mystery progenitor had betrayed the humans, and the Sixth Mainland was currently in the midst of a self-cleansing process. When would they react? By the time they did, what would become of those weaves? The corpse keeper had abandoned Iron Blood Weave without hesitation. He did not even dare to imagine the human weaves that had been massacred by the astral beasts. The Sixth Mainland does not care about those weaves. They will definitely defeat the astral beast domain in the end, but those weaves will also be crippled. Xianxiao was helpless. This is war. Do you think that the Great Eastern Alliance can win by going all out against the astral beast domain? You're just sending yourselves to your deaths. The Celestial Beast Empire has been at war with the human domain for many years and they're very powerful. They're not something that your Great Eastern Alliance can deal with. So we should give up on those people. Lu Yin countered. Xianxiao could not refute this. There were some things that could be thought about but could not be said out loud. She did not care about the fate of those people in the outerverse. Many people in the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse did not even know what the outerverse contained. To them, the outerverse was no different from the astral wilderness. She had advised Lu Yin because she wanted to ensure the stability of the current universe. She did not want the Great Eastern Alliance to be defeated because of this war, and she did not want Lu Yin to die because of this war. Even if Lu Yin's death had nothing to do with her on the surface, the board would definitely undergo a new round of reshuffling. Some people might even blame the board for Lu Yin's death, which was something that she could not accept. More importantly, a group of envoys from the innerverse had been forced by Lu Yin to fight in the outerverse. If they all died, then it would be a huge blow to the innerverse and it would be the same for the Fifth Mainland. The Fifth Mainland's human domain's strength would be depleted, and how would they face the threat of the Sixth Mainland in the future? The Board of Governors was not an ordinary person. They could clearly see that the grudges between the Sixth and Fifth Mainlands had never been settled, and there would definitely be a war in the future. This was also why the Board of Governors had agreed to Elder Lohar and the others evacuating Iron Blood Weave and had even been willing to contact the Celestial Beast Empire. They were willing to let the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast Domain fight to the death and exhaust each other, but they were not willing to let the Fifth Mainland do the same. Lu Yin ended the call. He did not care about Xianxiao, but he was more concerned about Elder Chan. If Elder Chan tried to stop the Great Eastern Alliance from going to the outerverse, how would he respond? Just as he was thinking about Elder Chan, the old man contacted him. Do you really want to lead the Great Eastern Alliance to fight to the death with the Astral Beast Domain? Elder Chan asked, though Lu Yin could not tell what his tone was. Lu Yin did not hesitate to answer, yes. But Elder Chan's tone became gloomier. Lu Yin thought about it. We've already given up on them once. We can't give up on them a second time. They're not your people. Elder Chan sighed. They cheered for me, bowed to me and even called me Alliance Master. Those are lives and they cannot be destroyed by the astral beasts, Lu Yin replied. The lives of countless experts in the Great Eastern Alliance might not even be worth it. Is it worth it? Elder Chan asked. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It's not, but it should be. Why? Elder Chan's tone became gloomier. Because I'm human. These were simple words that did not contain any grand reason, but they reflected Lu Yin's true thoughts. The call went silent for a moment. After a while, Elder Chan spoke again. The secret progenitor's betrayal has shaken the Sixth Mainland, and now, you have to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance's counterattack and destroy their stronghold. The Hall of Honor will not send any reinforcements, but I can guarantee that no half-progenitors will appear in the Astral Beast domain. If you want to protect those in the Outerverse, you can only rely on yourself. Lu Xiaoxian, this is the path you've chosen. Don't regret it when you die. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I won't regret it. Elder Chan ended the call and suddenly smiled. His ill feelings towards Lu Yin had disappeared. Who said that Lu Yin was not from the Fifth Mainland? He cared about the Fifth Mainland more than anyone else. He was Lu Xiaoxian, but he was also Lu Yin, a child who had walked the path of cultivation from the Fifth Mainland and was willing to die for it. Since Lu Yin was willing to die for the Fifth Mainland, the Fifth Mainland would definitely not let him down. Lu Yin stared at his gadget in a daze. If he had not misheard, Elder Chan's last sentence had been filled with concern. He shook his head as he did not have the time to think about such things. He opened his gadget again and looked at the words Yuan Qiong. He felt a little embarrassed. Should he trouble the serious sect? Who cares? Who asked him to be so stubborn? Not long after, Yuan Qiong's angry roar could be heard from the serious sect. It was not just the serious sect. Lu Yin's actions had caused the entire Fifth Mainland to boil over. In the Astral Beast domain in the Celestial Beast Empire, Su Qing stood in space and waved his hand, causing countless astral beasts to head towards the primal zone. He was in high spirits. From the moment we set foot in the outer verse of the human domain, that place will forever belong to us. Countless astral beasts roared, not doubting their commander's words at all. Su Qing had never thought that Lu Yin would agree to hand over the Reaper transformation to him, nor had he considered giving up on the Outerverse. That had been the Celestial Beast Empire's long-cherished wish for countless years, to defeat the humans. Chapter 1854. The Sixth Mainland's secret ancestor had betrayed them, and more than half of the 7 sky gods had perished. Not only did the Fifth Mainland have to defend against the Eternals' invasion, but they also had to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance's counterattack. The Sixth Mainland also had to eliminate the threat left behind by Secret Ancestor. There was no better time to defeat the humans than now. This was a great undertaking and Su Qing would not let it go. As for Lu Yin, he didn't care about him at all. No matter how high Lu Yin's status was, it was impossible for him to get the entire Fifth Mainland to support him. More importantly, Curly Beard, who had ambushed the Corpse Keeper, wasn't following the Astral Beast Domain's orders. This meant that they still had support, which was the Eternals. Although the Eternal race was also their enemy, it had not reached the point where they would fight to the death. They were willing to share the Fifth Mainland with the Eternal race. Outerverse Southern Weave's Dao Source sect. Iron Blood Weave has been breached, so we need to send people to defend it as soon as possible and chase those beasts out, someone said. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a scholarly temperament, and there was a halo of light behind him that was overflowing with brilliant colors, making him seem like a deity. He was 9 glories, and he was one of the Sixth Mainland's Dao Source sect's half-progenitor. He was known as the powerhouse closest to the progenitor realm, and he was the eldest son of the martial ancestor. After saying that, 9 brilliance looked in a certain direction. It was another space filled with lava, and a body was floating in the lava. It was impossible to tell whether the body was male or female, but it was not the body of an ordinary person. It was a layer of lava. There's no rush. Let's clean up the secret progenitor domain first. Wouldn't it be better if those beasts helped us clean up the domain? 9 brilliance frowned and looked in another direction, only to see a cherry blossom floating in the air. What do you think? After waiting for a long time, there was no response. The 9 luminaries' frowns deepened, each one more bizarre than the last. Let's clean up the secret progenitor realm first before driving those beasts away. Or one of us can go to the astral beast domain and have a chat with them. With that, everything returned to normal. In the Outerverse, the closest regions to Iron Blood Weave were the Asteroid Belt and Eastleigh Weave. As long as one crossed the Asteroid Belt, they would be able to enter North Castle Weave. 10 days had passed since Iron Blood Weave had been breached. Due to the Sixth Mainland's purge of the secret progenitor territory, they had yet to react to Iron Blood Weave. Some of the astral beast had entered Eastleigh Weave, while others had crossed the asteroid belt and entered North Castle Weave. A weave was very large, and ordinary astral beasts would need at least half a month or even a month to travel from one weave to another. There were some astral beasts that weren't explorers and could still travel through space, but their speed was much slower. They would need at least 1 or 2 months to travel from one weave to another, and that was under the premise that they had wormholes. Anyone who could cross the meteorite belt and enter North Castle Weave in 10 days was at least an explorer. Following an excited roar, the three-colored flame burned the void and swept towards the spaceship in the distance. In an instant, the spaceship turned into ashes. No matter how many people were inside, they all disappeared in an instant. This was Flying Flame, a three-colored flame beast. It was ranked 10th on the Heavenly Beast list and was one of the most powerful races in the Astral Beast domain. Any giant beast that could enter the Heavenly Beast list was extremely powerful. Even the Sound Monster could only be ranked 11th. This flying flame had the strength of a hunter, and it roared at the sky, causing its tricolored flames to illuminate the universe. Not too far away, another giant beast charged out. It looked like a centipede, but it had wings. Soon after, more and more Explorer Realm beasts entered North Castle Weave. These beasts were too excited. Humans had the ambition to conquer the Astral Beast domain, but the Astral Beast domain also had the ambition to conquer the human domain. Their desire to conquer the human domain caused them to become unbridled. Destruction. Flying Flame landed on a planet in North Castle Weave. Its sharp claws pierced through the planet's core, causing the entire planet to crack open. The planet was still in the era of cold weapons, and the most powerful people could only cut through houses. They could not even be considered as cultivators, so they could not even put up a fight against a terrifying beast like Flying Flame. The entire planet was pulverized. Even further away, a fiery red light crashed into the centipede beast. This was a technological weapon that had come from a planet that was currently exploring the surrounding star systems. On that planet, this weapon was powerful enough to move mountains and fill seas, and it was a destructive weapon that was forbidden from being used in wars. The moment the centipede beast was discovered, the people on that planet immediately panicked. They did not hesitate to use their most terrifying weapons to attack, but it was useless. They could not even leave a scratch on the centipede beast. The centipede beast swept past and tore apart the planet. Countless people howled in agony as they were swallowed up by the magma and the black hole. They left behind a brief moment of light in the dark universe before vanishing. North Castle Weave was engulfed in the flames of war. Planet after planet was destroyed and spacecraft after spacecraft exploded. In outer space, a pale-faced man looked at the various beasts that were recklessly destroying planets in the distance. Just as he was about to take action, his gadget beeped. He looked over and his eyes lit up with joy. He then glared fiercely at the beasts in the distance before charging off in a certain direction. This person was a cruiser from North Castle Weave. There were many cultivators in the vast North Castle Weave, but there were not many who could explore space. The ruler of North Castle Weave, the Great Sword Dynasty, had gathered all of the cultivators in North Castle Weave to deal with this crisis. The Great Sword Imperial City had ruled North Castle Weave for countless years, but now that the beasts were invading, cultivators began to gather in the Imperial City. They looked up at the Imperial Palace and waited for the ruler of the Great Sword Dynasty to appear. They did not want to leave North Castle Weave as this was their home. Their family and friends were here, and it was impossible to take them away in a short period of time. The Imperial City gates opened, and all of the cultivators looked expectantly at the Imperial Palace. They saw a man dressed in imperial robes with a haggard face. This was the ruler of the Great Sword Dynasty, the youth who had once been threatened and suppressed by Aegis. He had now grown up. The nation is in danger and the people are in pain. Enemies are invading, but I will use the power of the nation to resist them without fear. I vow to defend North Castle Weave with my life. Many cultivators were excited. We vow to defend North Castle Weave with our lives. We vow to defend North Castle Weave with our lives. We vow to defend North Castle Weave with our lives. Ding Xing stood nearby with a complicated expression. Defend? How? This was an invasion from the Astral Beast domain, so how many people could North Castle Weave possibly have? The Great Eastern Alliance and the Sixth Mainland had reached an agreement, and the Sixth Mainland gave the Great Eastern Alliance 3 years to retreat. Many people from the Eastern Weaves had already left for the Innerverse, and it was the same for North Castle Weave. If North Castle Weave had 10,000 cultivators in the past, Then there were now only 6,000 at most. 40% of the cultivators had left, and the remaining cultivators had not left because they did not want to, but because the Great Sword Dynasty had used various reasons to keep them. It was all because the emperor did not want to leave. The Great Sword Dynasty had been in danger of being destroyed, but they had eventually been re-established with Lu Yin's help. However, the price they had paid for this was that the Great Sword Dynasty was no longer the Great Sword Dynasty. They had to listen to Lu Yin and they would do whatever he said without any autonomy. It was not that the Great Sword Dynasty had not thought of rebelling, as they had at least wanted some autonomy, even if it was just a little. However, they did not dare to speak up against Lu Yin's increasingly powerful Great Eastern Alliance. Occupied by the sixth mainland to the Great Sword Dynasty, the Outerverse was an opportunity. Even though it was still under someone else's rule, they had already experienced the worst-case scenario, and it could not get any worse. The sixth mainland also needed their help in ruling the Outerverse. This was what the Great Sword Dynasty thought, which was why the imperial family had not left and had even used various methods to force many cultivators to stay. Lu Yin was aware of this situation, but he had not had the time to deal with it yet. Are we really doing the right thing? Ding Xing looked at the cultivators who were united and determined to fight it out with the astral beast domain. He sighed helplessly as he had been out there before and knew how vast the universe was. He could only hope that these people would not die under the claws of the astral beasts. Just as he was thinking about this, a terrifyingly high temperature descended as tricolored flames burned the Great Sword Dynasty. Humans enjoy the joy of death. Ding Xing was shocked. Your Majesty, run. One cultivator after another wailed. In a corner of the imperial city, a sword was unsheathed as a woman walked out of the void and faced flying flames. She raised her hand and slashed out. 10,000 swords as one. Flying Flame's body was injured by the sword and fresh blood dripped down. Who is it? The woman's gaze was cold. The one who will kill you. She then stepped forward and slashed down with her sword. Ding Xing was excited. Your Majesty, it's Madame He. Legend has it that she cultivates at the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak. She returned some time ago and many people wanted to take her as their master, but they could not find her. I never thought that she would still be in the Imperial City. That's great. With Madame He's help, this astral beast will definitely die. She's a hunter and has an illustrious reputation in the Innerverse, the Emperor of the Great Sword Dynasty said excitedly. The tricolored flames clashed with Madame He, and the Imperial City was destroyed in an instant. Flames filled the sky. Madame He panted heavily as half of her body burned, and her long sword was distorted. Humans did not have an advantage against astral beasts, let alone one of the top 10 beasts on the heavenly beast list. Die, human! Flying flames slashed out with its claws, and the flames scorched the void as they swept towards Madame He. Madame He's gaze turned sinister. 10,000 swords as one. Her body followed her sword as it tore through the flames and stabbed into Flying Flame's body. The sword chi pierced through Flying Flame's body and exploded through the void. Many of the Great Sword Dynasty's cultivators were excited. They had won. Flying Flame's body was right in front of Madame He's eyes, and the high temperature had scorched her skin. She looked up just in time to see Flying Flame's large eyeballs drooping down. It opened its mouth and bit down on her. This was the day that the Great Sword Dynasty was destroyed, and it was North Castle Weave's most tragic day. On this day, countless North Castle Weave's cultivators had died tragically, and many more had become food for the astral beasts. The number of deaths was uncountable. More and more astral beasts surged into North Castle Weave and wreaked havoc, causing the entire weave to fall apart. Then their gazes turned south towards Frostwave Weave. Mournful screams rang out in all directions as a city was destroyed. A woman hugged her child as she screamed at the top of her lungs. A shadow shrouded the city as the astral beasts' enormous bodies crushed it. The entire city ceased to exist. This was the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave, and one of the astral beasts had already arrived. It was the first to appear and it had already destroyed several planets. Its gaze was sinister and bloodthirsty as it looked towards Frostwave Weave and let out an excited roar. It then leapt up and charged towards the south. When it saw that there were planets and space stations in front of it, the astral beast became even more excited. It loved the despairing screams of humans before they died, and it loved to see rivers of blood flow. It made its blood flow faster and excited. The more it thought about it, the more excited it became. The astral beast sped up as it wanted to be the first to enter Frostwave Weave. Chapter 1855. Suddenly, the void distorted as an arrow pierced through space and pierced the center of the beast's forehead before exploding. Half of the beast's body exploded and it died instantly. However, its body continued to charge forward due to inertia. Far away, Gongku lowered his hand, his gaze cold. After that beast, many more tried to charge into Frostwave Weave, but they were all killed at the border at Gongku's hands. None of the beasts were able to take even half a step forward. Gradually, some of the powerful beasts that had been destroying North Castle Weave learned of this, and they all headed towards Frostwave Weave. Amethyst Beast, are you going to Frostwave Weave? A giant fish in North Castle Weave asked. It was Monster Loach, and it had stayed behind after assisting the Primal Zone in attacking Iron Blood Weave. It had not returned even when the Astral Beast domain had been invaded by the Sixth Mainland. Now that Iron Blood Weave had fallen, it had entered North Castle Weave as well. Monster Loach was asking about the Amethyst Beast, who had assisted the Primal Zone at the same time. You're not going? The beast asked. Monster Loach lazily replied, No. The beast snorted. If you want to obtain resources from the Empire, then you need to make contributions. Monster Loach, you're too cautious. I'll catch up to you sooner or later. It then leaped up and headed south. Monster Loach watched the beast's departing figure with disdain. Idiot, Frostwave Weave is different from North Castle Weave. That's the only Eastern Weave that has been confirmed to be reserved for the Great Eastern Alliance. Even the Sixth Mainland doesn't interfere. There are many experts there and they're all direct descendants of the Great Eastern Alliance. Going there is suicide. Half a month had passed since the Astral Beast had invaded the human domain. When Lu Yin arrived in the Outerverse, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces continued to gather in Frostwave Weave. He was very anxious as North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave and Greatwoods Weave were all facing unprecedented disasters. He wanted to chase the astral beasts away as soon as possible and save more people, but the time had yet to come. At the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave, the Amethyst Beast had appeared. It had tried to rely on its terrifying defenses to charge into Frostwave Weave, but what greeted it was an eternal illusion and ice. Although Zhou Xian's cultivation was far inferior to the Amethyst Beast's, Night's End and Daybreak's terrifying abilities made up for the gap. Together with Sister Leng's ice crystal essence, they were able to instantly freeze the Amethyst Beast. In the end, the Amethyst Beast was killed by the Old Smoker's assassination attempt. When news of the Amethyst Beast's death spread, countless giant beasts were enraged, and they all headed for Frostwave Weave. The first to arrive was a giant beast that resembled a horse. It had 2 legs on its head and 4 arms, and all 4 of its hands were wielding giant hammers as it swung them towards Frostwave Weave. This giant beast had the battle prowess of an emissary, and was second only to the mantis giant beast in the Primal Zone. The praying mantis headed in the direction of Dongli Weave, while the giant beast headed for North Castle Weave. 4 hands raised the giant hammers high in the air and smashed them down, causing the entire Frostwave Weave to tremble. With the destructive power of an emissary, this attack was enough to pierce through the heavens and shatter Frostwave Weave. Suddenly, a spear shot out from Astral Source Universe and pierced through the giant beast without any resistance. The tremendous force not only pushed the giant beast out of Frostwave Weave but also into the depths of North Castle Weave. Along the way, many giant beasts were shattered by the aftershocks, including flying flames. The Sea King walked out of the void with a gloomy expression. He raised his hand and the spear returned to his hand. Monster Loach looked at the corpse of the emissary beast in the distance. It had decided to return to the Primal Zone as it was too dangerous there. If there was such an expert in Frostwave Weave, they might not necessarily defend Frostwave Weave to the death. Instead, they might shift the battlefield to North Castle Weave. If that was the case, then Frostwave Weave would be the front line. Monster Loach's power level was over 300,000, which was neither high nor low. It would easily attract the attention of the human powerhouses if it appeared on the battlefield, and no one would care if it was killed in passing. It wanted to preserve its own life. The Sea King had killed the emissary beast with a single spear strike, completely intimidating the giant beasts that had invaded the human domain. These giant beasts no longer dared to set their sights on Frostwave Weave, and Frostwave Weave was temporarily stabilized. In the east, within Grand Forest Weave, the praying mantis waved its blade, slicing through the void as it spread across the entire Grand Forest Weave. An uncountable number of planets were destroyed along the way. When it learned that an emissary beast had died at the border of Frostwave Weave, it was immediately enraged and waved its blade in a futile attempt to slice through the entire Grand Forest Weave. A willow leaf appeared in front of the praying mantis, blocking its path. The praying mantis's cold eyes swept forward, and it saw a man and a woman. "Humans, you're courting death." The person who had appeared in front of the praying mantis was Flying Willow. After they had been allowed to leave Lu'in, they had gone to the Realm Mountains. They had not stayed there for long, but they had inadvertently arrived at Grand Forest Weave and coincidentally encountered an invasion of astral beasts. Flying Willow alone was not a match for the praying mantis, but the two of them were adept at working together, which left the praying mantis helpless. Within the astral beast domain, Zhou Xian quickly received the news, and his face turned gloomy. "There are experts in both Frostwave Weave and Grand Forest Weave? Stay where you are and we'll be there soon." The astral beast domain did not use a gadget to communicate, but rather a specially cultivated Void Wanderer. As he watched the Void Wanderer leave, Zhou Xian's expression turned gloomy. This person had been able to block the attacks of the Primal Zone's astral beasts and even the Mantis Blade, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. How had the Sixth Mainland reacted so quickly? Or had the human domain's Hall of Honor made a move? He had heard that the human domain had a Yuanshi with a power level of 1,000,000 who was stationed in the Outerverse all year round. Zhou Xian immediately contacted the Celestial Beast Empire and requested reinforcements. He had originally thought that he would not encounter much resistance when invading the human domain and that he would at most face a portion of the Great Eastern Alliance's strength. However, the Great Eastern Alliance alone could be easily destroyed. Now it seemed like there were other powers involved. However, even if there were other powers involved, it did not matter. Requesting reinforcements was just a precaution. This time he had brought along nearly half of the heavenly beast list species. Not only did he want to ravage the human domain, but he also wanted to conquer the entire Eastern Weave. The war between Ironblood Weave and the Primal Zone had never stopped, so it did not attract much attention. Even when a portion of the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces entered the Outerverse, it did not attract much attention. At present, the Sixth Mainland was busy purging the secret progenitor territory while the Fifth Mainland was searching for a Neo-Human Alliance stronghold. They had also sent people to guard the Starfall Sea, so they had no time to pay attention to the eastern weaves of the Outerverse. Amidst this seemingly peaceful situation, the Great Eastern Alliance's largest war since its establishment erupted in the eastern weaves of the Outerverse. In a short period of time, Frostwave Weave had gathered 3 allied forces of the Great Eastern Alliance. There were a total of 30 million Seekers, more than 1 million Sentinels, more than 10,000 Limiters, and more than 2 million space-exploring cultivators. There were also 150,000 ordinary spacecraft and 6,000 warships. And this was just the allied forces. The Great Eastern Alliance's 3 special armies had all arrived: the Giant's Bloodline, the Lu Xianjun Army, and the Heavenly Sin Army. There were also envoys. Frostwave Weave had never gathered such a terrifying army and experts. With a wave of Lu Yin's hand, the entire Great Eastern Alliance's army left Frostwave Weave and headed towards North Castle Weave. Within North Castle Weave, many astral beasts stared blankly at the endless fleet of warships in the distance. They then turned around to flee, but in the next moment, a sharp sword chi swept out, and none of the astral beasts that appeared in Lu Yin's line of sight were able to escape. Following a round of attacks from the warships, not even their corpses were left behind. Because there was not enough time, Lu Yin could not gather all of the Innerverse forces. Otherwise, he would have gathered more than 100 Enlighters, not just the few dozen he currently had. The ones who had arrived were all Enlighters that he could directly command. In the Innerverse, any small flow zone would have more than one Enlighter. If all of these Enlighters were recruited, Lu Yin was confident that he would be able to invade the Astral Beast domain and not just chase them away. There were many astral beasts in North Castle Weave, and there were even more coming from the asteroid belt that were heading towards North Castle Weave. With the appearance of the Great Eastern Alliance, they swept through North Castle Weave, and in less than 10 days, they had eliminated nearly half of the astral beasts that had invaded North Castle Weave. The Heavenly Sin Corps led the way and eradicated almost all of the invading astral beasts that they saw. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance's slow advance, they would have cleared out all of North Castle Weave long ago. Under such circumstances, the astral beasts that had yet to reach the Explorer realm in the asteroid belt quickly turned around and returned to Ironblood Weave. Without an absolute powerhouse overseeing them, they could not harm the Great Eastern Alliance no matter how many of them there were. In Grand Forest Weave, the praying mantis and the flying willow flowers had been fighting for a long time without a clear victor. It was too fast and the flying willow flowers could not do anything to it. However, the praying mantis could not break through the flying willow flowers' defenses either. The astral beasts in the outside world had no way of transmitting information to the praying mantis, so they could only retreat to Ironblood Weave. Within North Castle Weave's spacecraft, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Although the Great Eastern Alliance's advance was smooth, they were still facing the astral beasts from the primal zone. The astral beasts from the Celestial Beast Empire had yet to arrive. Su Qing was the commander and he was leading a terrifying army from the Celestial Beast Empire. Lu Yin did not doubt that there would be many powerful beasts, but fortunately his Great Eastern Alliance was not weak either. On the surface, it seemed as if the Great Eastern Alliance's mission would be completed as long as the astral beasts were driven back to the primal zone, and the Sixth Mainland would take over. However, if that was the case, then Lu Yin would be too aggrieved. The Sixth Mainland could ignore the fate of these weaves, but Lu Yin could not. This would cause the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain to wear each other out. Lu Yin did not believe that he was the type to suffer losses. There was always a chance in any desperate situation, and as long as he could find it, he would definitely find it. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and when he looked over, his eyes trembled. It was Su Qing. He accepted the call and Su Qing's voice rang out. Alliance Master Lu, it looks like this is your decision. Aren't you afraid that you'll drag the entire Great Eastern Alliance down with you if you fight to the death with my Astral Beast domain? Lu Yin replied, the Great Eastern Alliance was established to protect everyone within the alliance. You've threatened them, so I had no choice but to take action. Su Qing coldly replied, do you know what you're doing? Do you know how determined my Astral Beast domain is to invade the Outerverse? Your puny Great Eastern Alliance won't be able to stop us at all. We have to stop you even if we can't. North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave and Greatwoods Weave have lost countless people in the past month. Lu Yin's tone was icy. I'll make you pay for this debt. Chapter 1856. Su Qing was disdainful. Are you crazy? Do you really think that you're a savior? That you can save those people? I can clearly tell you that once the war starts, the Great Eastern Alliance will be finished. How many people can you send to their deaths? It's just a futile effort. How much do you know about my Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin asked. Su Qing sternly replied, I don't need to know. My opponents have always been the entire human domain. No matter how powerful your Great Eastern Alliance is, can you unify the entire human domain? The Hall of Honor doesn't have time to care about you, so they just need to confirm this. Alliance Master Lu, there's still time. Give me your technique and retreat with the Great Eastern Alliance. I can order the astral beasts to try their best not to harm ordinary people. Try their best? That's already the limit of what I can do. I'm not lying to you. Beasts have their instincts, and you humans have massacred many planets in wars. The number of deaths is uncountable. This is an interstellar war, so think carefully. This is your last chance. I've already reached the primal zone, and the only reason I haven't moved out yet is to give you a chance. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Had he reached the primal zone? Then the war would begin in the asteroid belt. There's no need to give me a chance. From the moment you started massacring the human domain, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Then just wait to be crushed. Su Qing ended the call. Lu Yin lowered his hand. Lu Huang and the second Night King were behind him. What do you guys think? Did I do the right thing? Lu Yin asked as he calmly looked out into space. The second Night King's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. Lu Huang spoke up. The Great Eastern Alliance might be wiped out in this war. Have you thought this through? Lu Yin smiled. Of course. You don't seem like a ruler, the second Night King said in a strange tone. His understanding of Lu Yin had constantly changed. At first he had thought that Lu Yin was despicable and shameless, but after seeing Lu Yin unify the Innerverse, he had felt that Lu Yin was ruthless and decisive, and that he had many tricks up his sleeve. He had originally thought that Lu Yin was an ambitious person like the first Night King, But Lu Yin's decision to start a war with the astral beast domain made the second Night King realize that Lu Yin was not an ambitious person but a fool. In a galactic war, countless people would die if they moved, so this was very normal. If it were him, he would not care about the lives of these people. There were too many people in the universe, and these people were just a drop in the ocean. It was not worth it to risk the Great Eastern Alliance that he had worked so hard to build for them. However, that was exactly what Lu Yin had done. When he'd found out about Lu Yin's decision, his first reaction had been disbelief. Who would be so stupid as to use their own resources to fight against the astral beast domain? If they won, all the benefits would go to the sixth mainland. If they lost, they would lose everything and the sixth mainland would suffer no losses at all. This was an absolutely money-losing deal. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, this person should not have allowed himself to be taken advantage of, but that was exactly what he had done. Yeah, I don't look like a ruler, I look like an idiot, ha. Emperor Lu let out a rare laugh. Respectable fool. Lu Yin suddenly turned back to look at the second Night King. The third Night King is still in the great realm of nothingness. Perhaps we can use this battle to release him. The second Night King calmly replied, "There's no need to tempt me. The chances of winning this battle are extremely slim. Both you and I might die, so how can we save him?" "That might not be the case. Let's give it a try. Perhaps there'll be a turn for the better?" Lu Yin's lips curled up and his eyes lit up. No one knew Lu Yin's true thoughts. Although he seemed impulsive, he had his own plans. Regardless of whether he won or lost this battle, he had to experience it. Great Eastern Alliance, the various emissaries were scattered in all directions. Lu Qinjue quietly looked outside, as participating in the battle against the astral beast domain would not benefit him at all. He had only come because the Sword Sect had already joined the Great Eastern Alliance and had no choice but to participate. Another reason was Lu Hao. Lu Yin had promised that as long as Lu Qinjue participated, he would give Lu Hao to the Sword Sect once the battle was over. How could Lu Qinjue not care about the cosmic tree? He cared about the sword steel and he had to obtain Lu Hao. This time, Lu Yin had gathered the strength of the Great Eastern Alliance, and even though they were facing off against the astral beast domain, Lu Qinjue did not think that they would definitely lose. It all depended on how much power the astral beast domain could bring out. If they lost, Lu Qinjue would at least try to protect himself and leave. It was impossible for him to fight to the death for Lu Yin. This was not just Lu Qinjue's opinion but also Ling Qiu the mountain god and the others. They would not die for the Outerverse commoners. A few days later, 150,000 large spacecraft from the Great Eastern Alliance entered the asteroid belt. At the same time, at the border between the asteroid belt and Iron Blood Weave, countless astral beasts roared as they rushed over. War was about to break out in the asteroid belt. As the name implied, the asteroid belt was filled with asteroids. Some were as small as spacecraft while others were as large as planets. White smoke drifted through space and wrapped around a meteorite as it headed northeast. After the meteorite traveled a certain distance, the white smoke dissipated and wrapped around another meteorite before carrying it off into the distance. No one paid attention to the white smoke. They were slightly south of the center of the asteroid belt, and the smoke-wrapped meteorite continued to head northeast. Suddenly it stopped moving and then shattered. Even further away, the old smoker's eyes widened. "I can't see anything. It's the Yingguai. They're coming." He then quickly returned. The starry sky was distorted as invisible creatures stepped on the meteorites and spread out. Outside the northeast, countless astral beasts were heading toward the southwest. Among them were the Void Thunder Beast, the Sky Foothill Ice Phoenix, the Flying Flame, the Void Wanderer, and many other strange creatures that had never been recorded. These creatures did not make a sound as they swept across the starry sky. Their eyes were filled with excitement and killing intent. In the southwest, within the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, Lu Yin received a report from the old smoker that there were Yingguai lurking in space. Yingguai, Void Wanderers, and perhaps even more strange creatures. Pass down my orders. Launch a volley of attacks. Against the many strange creatures from the astral beast domain, Lu Yin would not play around with the lives of his cultivators. He planned to use the warships to clear the way and launch volley after volley of attacks. Following Lu Yin's orders, the large spacecraft moved aside, and the warships arranged themselves in an orderly manner according to Shui Chuanxiao's orders. They arranged themselves into a fixed formation and then, launch. As soon as he finished speaking, the light beams lit up and shot toward the northeast. Boom, boom. The entire region of space was illuminated and countless meteorites were shattered. The beams of light started from the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and headed northeast. They covered a huge area and did not miss a single corner. Any astral beast that approached would definitely be struck by the beams of light. After a volley of attacks, an area of meteorites was cleared, and the fleet continued heading northeast. In the direction that the fleet was heading, which happened to be outside the range of the warship's beams, the void distorted to reveal a pair of eyes that were filled with lingering fear. This pair of eyes seemed to exist on its own without a body, and it headed northeast. The fleet continued heading northeast, and every time they traveled a certain distance, the warships would launch a volley of attacks. There were 6,000 warships, which was equivalent to 6,000 attacks that could threaten an explorer. Throughout the universe, there had never been so many warships in the history of the Outerverse. The consumption of energy was astronomical, but Lu Yin had done so. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and the astral beast domain's countless astral beasts drew closer and closer. Sometimes humans could not compare to certain strange creatures when it came to scouting. For example, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had been exposed to Su Qing's eyes, but the countless astral beasts had not been exposed. Lu Yin knew that those astral beasts were definitely in the northeast, but he did not know their exact location. The universe was too vast, and the direction that they were heading in was just one of the many routes. If they wanted to scout the entire asteroid belt in one direction, then the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet would have to scatter. The lack of information caused the battle to fall into a passive state. Su Qing ordered all the astral beasts to stop moving forward, as he did not plan on directly attacking the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet. Commander Su Qing, is there a need to be afraid of a mere Great Eastern Alliance? Just a few of us are enough to slaughter the entire fleet, a flying flame spoke up. It had the power level of an envoy's, and the Celestial Beast Empire had attached great importance to this invasion of the Outerverse. Almost all of the flying flames were present, as well as the Yin Guai, the Sound Guai, and so on. Even Su Qing did not know the full power of the Outerverse invasion force, as there were still hidden reinforcements. This was also the source of his confidence. Lu Yin is not someone who will throw his life away. Although the Great Eastern Alliance is nothing to be afraid of, we still need to test them. What if this is a trap set up by the humans? A trap? How can you tell? Another voice came from the Celestial Ice Phoenix. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, but it also carried a hint of arrogance. Su Qing replied, "Just do as I say. The incident in Ironblood Weave had been too strange. The person who had poisoned the Corpse Keeper had not joined the Astral Beast domain, so why had that person poisoned the Corpse Keeper at that time? Personal grudges were impossible, and the Empire had also guessed that the culprit might have been from the Neo-Human Alliance, but they could not be sure. This was what Su Qing was most worried about. Lu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance's reinforcements had been too decisive, which had deepened Su Qing's misgivings. In Su Qing's opinion, Lu Yin was not an idiot, and it was impossible for him to be willing to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance that he had worked so hard to establish. If that was the case, then why had he taken the initiative to participate in this battle? Su Qing was afraid that this was a trap set up by the Hall of Honor and the Dao Source sect. Thus, the Empire had hidden a power level that Su Qing was not aware of, and he would do his best to minimize his losses. Lu Yin, if you want to play, then I'll play with you. Let's see who can afford to play, Su Qing muttered to himself as his eyes turned cold and flashed with lightning. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet advanced in an orderly manner towards the northeast, firing volleys from time to time to ensure that there were no Astral Beast domain ambushes ahead. Lu Yin frowned. Based on the location where the old smoker had discovered the Yin Guai, they should have encountered the astral beasts, but there were still no signs of them. Had Su Qing stopped? Suddenly an alarm sounded and a screen appeared in front of Lu Yin. Alliance Master, the rear of the fleet is under attack. It's a giant white skeleton. Another screen appeared. Alliance Master, the right side of the fleet is under attack. Alliance Master, the left side of the fleet is under attack. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Follow the plan and attack. He then punched the control panel. The battle had officially begun. At the rear of the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, a giant white skeleton smashed towards the fleet. The skeleton was covered in a type of self-destructing bug, and after the bug self-destructed, Their blood would explode, creating a chain of explosions. Although the explosion was not very powerful, the white skeleton had long since been covered in poison. Once it exploded, the poison would quickly corrode the entire Great Eastern Alliance's fleet.